So a little background information before I get into this. I had a stepdad that really liked to make me scared, and at a young age would have me playing with Ouija boards with him, and I'd be terrified. Growing up through the years, he would continue with the ghost stuff and ask me if I could see or hear the little boy, because he's sure he was just crazy. Anyways, something ended up happening to me that I cannot explain. My mom eventually divorced him after years of abuse of us, drugs, and alcohol. I was 18 years old and we moved out on our own with my mom, after 15 years of being with this person. The house was pretty old and in a rough neighbourhood. There were places in the house where the electrical was messed up and the doors were messed up, and rooms where if something was fixed, it would soon break again. But that was all we could do at the time. My mum was single and working 2 jobs. My brother and I were still in high school trying to get through it. Life definitely got a little crazy. But anyways, things were written on the walls, even like, "This house is haunted." And literally a pentagram on the wall in the bedroom I was sleeping in. Like I said, it was the best we could do at the time. Within the first week of moving in, I was very sick. I couldn't lift my head. I was so dizzy, and we couldn't find out what was wrong. We even looked for a gas leak. I felt so strange being in that house, and I'm still not convinced that going through all of that stuff with my stepdad when I was young didn't mess me up in a lot of different ways. I was always terrified of the dark and had nightmares and things. Stuff continued to get weirder. I eventually started to feel better, but when I would shower, there was a closet that I always felt like someone was sitting in there watching me. I would come home and my closet door would be open. I even put things up against it, and I'd come home and the stuff would be moved and the door opened again. Once I was doing the dishes and a glass cake pan flew off the wall across the kitchen. The only place in the house that I actually felt okay was the living room for whatever reason. The last thing that happened is what really had me confused. One night, my boyfriend at the time was dropping me off at home, and the driveway was on the side of the house, and the side my bedroom was on. My curtains in my room were see-through. I decided for whatever reason that night to look up. When I looked up, I saw a perfectly round circle of black mass in my window. I asked my boyfriend at the time if he saw it too, and you could tell he didn't want to freak me out, but he was kind of like, "Yeah, I do." I had him walk me up to my room, and I was so scared, and it wasn't there anymore, and I never saw it again. There were some nights that I would feel like my feet were being pulled as well. We also had 2 cats and a dog. One of my cats disappeared, and we never saw him again, but my dog didn't really like it either, and would hide at my feet. We didn't live there much longer after that happened, but that's the scariest thing that has happened to me to this day so far. First of all, I live about a half an hour away from a small town and a few hours away from a city. Also, I live on a pretty secluded road, and I know my few neighbours as their distant cousins. My closest neighbour I know fairly well. I doubt they'd be the ones knocking, as they have good lives on their own. Anyways, for the past week or more, I've been hearing knocking on my window specifically. It's always after the sun goes down. Just a few minutes ago, I heard it again, which is why I'm making this post. My bedroom is on the bottom floor, and my house is surrounded by forest, and I doubt it's an animal. If it was, they would have to be pretty persistent and rather large. My window is fairly high up. I'm almost 5'2", and all I have to do is reach my hand up to touch the bottom part of the window. To describe the knocks, they're fast. They're not hard at all. It's also not very gentle either. It's just enough to let me know that whatever is on the other side is there. I don't ever open my curtain, because what's the point? Ignorance is bliss. Also, I just don't want to know what's there. One of these days, maybe I'll gather the courage to look, but I doubt it. Also, the knocks never come in threes. I say this specifically because I think some people say 3 knocks are like ghosts or some devil shit, and I'm just clarifying that it isn't 3. I'd say 4 or 5, but but 4 sounds too short. The knocks are longer than that. Yes, they're quick, but when I try to recreate it, 5 sounds more fitting. And never mind, it just happened again. Slow, and in 3. Not disturbingly slow, but slower. I honestly don't know what to make of this. I was 16. My father was on a business trip, so my mom let me hang in their bedroom and kick back on their waterbed and watch TV, while she and my sister watched TV in the living room. I had a bowl of popcorn and was watching a program, happily munching away. Suddenly, I felt and was like all sound was removed from the room. It's hard to explain well, but it was as if a vacuum sucked out every existing sound at that moment. The television, the underlying hum of the furnace, and the way the air flows over your ears. And then, in my right ear, I heard these words spoken. "Excuse me, Kim." Now, I cannot tell you if the sound of the voice was that of a male or female. I just can't. The voice was clear and strong, but that's it. I froze in place. My heart began to pound, and I remember clutching my bowl of popcorn. Again, the same voice, same sound, and same words in my ear. "Excuse me, Kim." Somehow I gained a severe blast of adrenaline and shot up from the waterbed and leaped across it. My foot jammed down between the water mattress and the wood frame and nearly snapped my leg in 2 at the shin. The bowl of popcorn flew out of my hand, and the memory of the metal bowl and popcorn kernels flying all over the room is still very clear in my mind. And it all seemed to happen in slow motion. I flew out of the bedroom and raced out to my mother and sister, crying hysterically. Now, this is one of the few incidents that happened in that particular house. In the 1970s, I lived in what I believed to be a haunted house. It was widely known in the town our family had just moved into to be haunted. In fact, the person or people that had been living in it before us supposedly moved out because she was having problems with frightening incidents in the home. Of course, our parents didn't tell me or my little sister this information as they believed we were young and impressionable. They didn't want to scare us, nor did they want us to blow things out of proportion. They didn't have to tell us, especially not me. I figured it out rather quickly on my own. My first experience that I could not explain happened on a bright weekday afternoon. My sister and I were latchkey kids as our parents both worked. At this time, my sister was 6 years old and I was 11. We rode the school bus home and went inside to have a snack and do our chores. Once done, my sister went to the neighbour girl's house to play and I decided to take a shower. I was completely alone in the house. It was an old home built back in the early 1900s. I recently saw an image of the house that was taken in 1901, so I'm not quite sure of the exact age. It was large and 3 stories high. Upstairs held the bathroom and 3 bedrooms. Above, through a door in the ceiling in the bathroom, an attic. I climbed into the shower and began washing off the dust and grime from a long day of school. I was lost in thought and scrubbed my hair. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the bathroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Startled, I said, "What? I'm in the shower." I was annoyed because I was pretty sure that it must be my little sister having come in from outside to use the bathroom. There was no answer. What the heck? I ignored the issue and continued my hair washing. After a minute or so, and just as I began to rinse, knock, 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 another loud knocking on the door. I jumped. My eyes were full of soap bubbles and I was now irritated. "Nicole," I yelled. "What the heck do you want? I'm in the shower." I strained to hear my sister through the bathroom door, but there was no answer and no sound. It felt to me, though, like someone was listening. "Quit screwing around," I shouted. I quickly rinsed off and left the shower running, very carefully stepping outside the curtain, making sure not to alert anyone who might be listening. I wrapped a towel around me and waited to catch whoever was out there. I stood right at the door, my hand poised to grab the knob. I stood there for some time, and as you might guess, nothing happened. Grr, I mumbled to myself and climbed back into the shower. The very second the water hit my face, there was the knock at the door. This time, the knocks were clearly deliberate. How did whomever know I had climbed back into the shower? This was weird now, and I knew it. I turned the water off and yelled, "Who is it?" The second the last word tumbled out of my mouth, knock, knock, knock. In one motion, I pulled the curtain around me and leaned out of the tub, gripped the doorknob, and yanked the door open. There was no one there. No giggling sister who was not really interested in playing elaborate pranks. She was only 6 after all. I threw on my robe, ran into my parents' room and looked around, then my bedroom and my sister's next. No one was upstairs with me. I would have heard and seen anyone on the stairs. They were old and they creaked terribly. I was suddenly scared. Something had been knocking on the door. Whatever it was, it wanted my attention. I quickly made my way downstairs, and as I passed the window on the landing, I saw my sister and a little friend playing Barbies on the porch outdoors. It hadn't been my sister. This, as I said, was the first experience I had in that house. There were several others in that house, one of which could have killed my sister. When I was younger, my parents and I lived with my mother's parents. Both grandparents are alive and healthy, with my mom's 2 older sisters, so you can imagine the house was always busy. We've always lived as a multi-generational family, as it's custom in our culture. When I was much younger, we lived in a very lively 4-bedroom, 2-story home. My 2 aunts were in their 20s and had tons of friends. My parents had me young, so they were in the same boat, and my grandparents were typical. Dad worked and Mom stayed home, so you can imagine the way our house was. People were constantly coming and going, phones were always ringing, and someone was always home. We had this custom where we kept our family phone in the main living room, on the same wall that held the stairs to the upstairs bedroom. It was right next to the kitchen, visible from both living areas, and just right off from the garage, so it was easily accessible no matter where you were in the house. If someone called for another person and they were upstairs, we would bang on the staircase wall so the whole house could hear someone make a phone call. It was a normal occurrence for us to be banging on the wall since everyone was so young and constantly receiving phone calls. Well, fast forward a couple of years. My grandpa passed away when I was 9. It was really hard because he was my favourite person and he took care of the family. My grandma was stay-at-home her entire life, so she wasn't prepared well enough to take over finances, bills, or just life itself without my grandpa. Unfortunately, she ended up losing the home due to some bad financial decisions, and had to move in with my aunt across town. It was unfortunate, but at least my grandma had a place to go. She packed up her sentimental belongings, and sold the rest and moved in with my aunt, who was thankful for this, as she had just had a baby and needed the help. My grandma stayed with this aunt in San Diego for years and helped her raise her second baby before my aunt's husband got orders from the military that he was being stationed in Japan. For a while, it was difficult trying to find a place for my grandma to stay, as extended family isn't allowed on base in Japan, only immediate family, especially because my grandma was now in her mid-70s. My other aunt didn't have the space, and another aunt unfortunately had drug issues and couldn't hold down a permanent residence longer than a month. We all agreed that her only option was to move to Las Vegas, where my mom had the space and the income to take care of my grandma. Grandma wasn't too happy, as she'd never lived anywhere except San Diego. She really didn't have a choice. A few months go by, and we're now ready to move my grandma, so that my aunt can pack up her place and sell it and get out of town. My family and I made the trip down to San Diego to get my grandma and move her and say our goodbyes to my auntie. At this point, my grandma was fully moved into my mom's home, where she was sleeping upstairs in one of my brother's rooms for the time being, as she waited for my bedroom to become available. My husband and I just started dating, and we decided to move in together for fun, since this gave me an excuse to be nice and spend more time with him. My grandma had been in Las Vegas for about 4 days now, and still getting adjusted, but she enjoyed it, because her casino was now a 10-minute drive. One night, my husband and I had just come back home to my parents' home at 2 AM after going out. We stopped to get some food and ate it in my mom's kitchen. We're talking and laughing in a whisper tone because my mom's house was tile and it was 2 AM, so we didn't want to wake anyone up. A few minutes go by and I hear loud banging coming from the kitchen wall, so I figured, okay, my brothers must be awake in my room because they always played video games on my computer. Went into my room and the lights were off. The room was still and nothing was happening. We shrugged it off and considered that maybe it came from upstairs where my parents' bedroom was. And maybe they dropped something or it came from my brother's room and they were playing rough as they always did. A couple of minutes go by and the banging starts again. This time we were certain it came from the kitchen wall. I looked at my husband and told him to quit messing with me and making so much noise. I told him he's kicking the floor or something. He stood up and yelled, "I'm not doing anything." Banging started up again. It was 3 loud bangs on the kitchen wall. Freaked out, I looked at him and said, "Okay, if it's not you, it has to be something from upstairs." He and I went upstairs, turned on some of the lights, and saw the loft was empty. We checked my parents' room. They were both sleeping and snoring. I checked my brother's/grandma's room in fear. She fell, and neither does. But her lights were off and she was sleeping too. Then I got mad and was so sure it was my brothers. I went to their room and saw the lights off. They were notorious for fake sleeping, so I went in and tried to shake them awake and even lightly poked their tummy because they're ticklish, so they definitely would have woken up. But no, they were out cold too. My husband and I are freaking out at this point and decided to go back downstairs and finish what's left of our food and go to bed. We got back to the kitchen and the banging happened again in 3 quick but loud bangs. We had enough, so we threw our food in the trash, left, and went to his parents for the night. On the way there, I openly joked about how my grandpa must have followed my grandma here and told us to go to bed. But now several years later, I'm certain he was there and was checking on my grandma to make sure she's comfortable and saw us up way too late at night. It must have been his only way to get our attention, just like how he did when he was alive. A few months ago, I started seeing this thing in my living room. It was the shape of a really tall person but lacked any distinguishing shape, sort of like looking through clear contact. I'd see it in the same few spots in my lounge room, but its preferred hangout was in front of the fridge, or in this one spot near my front door. I stopped seeing whatever this thing was about a month ago, but that's not to say that things have been normal. Last month, I was woken up at 12:52 AM by an alarm going off in my lounge room. Annoying as fuck considering I'm disabled, so couldn't get out of bed to investigate. Thankfully, I keep earplugs with me at night in case my cat wants to be a meowy little turd and wake me up. The alarm kept going off every night at 12:52 AM until the source of the beeping was discovered. My digital alarm clock had been set to that time, but it wasn't me that did it. I don't even know how to, and I hadn't touched it since daylight savings, which was months ago. But that's not the weird part. That afternoon, I got a message on Facebook regarding a friend I've known since high school. He died that night at 12:52 AM from cancer at the age of 33. What happened today? My disability limits a lot of the things I can do. I can't drive and rely on a power wheelchair to get around town. I go downtown a few days a week to do groceries, socialise, and add to my ever-growing list of art supplies. I was about halfway to downtown when a friend who I'll call Beck faced me. We hadn't chatted for a while, so her call was a surprise. We chatted for a bit before I saw this guy walking towards me. I should also mention that I have poor self-esteem and bad social anxiety, so what I did was mostly out of bravery, stirred on by having an audience to show off to. I'm 31, and he looked to be in his mid-20s. The man was the most attractive being I think I've ever laid eyes on. I'm talking about a Ryan Reynolds, Zac Efron, and Taylor Lautner in one person. He had what looked like a phone in his hand, and was wearing jeans and a casual shirt. He was walking in my direction, and as our paths were about to cross, I blurted out, "What's cooking, good looking?" He looked up, in what looked like genuine surprise, and mumbled something I didn't catch. Beck asked who I was talking to, so I held up my phone so she could see him as he went past. But there was nobody there when we looked on the screen, or anywhere. I turned my chair around in case he'd stopped, but the whole footpath was empty, and there was nowhere for him to go. Just an empty footpath and the side of a building that has no doors. I recently wrote about a maybe haunted house I lived in when I was a kid and the strange encounters that have occurred when we lived there. But recent events and recovery of some repressed memories of things that occurred in the house has gotten me thinking about a few other things that I overlooked before now. Some of the memories that have resurfaced recently didn't happen in the house that was supposedly haunted, but in an old farmhouse a few hours' drive away that my dad purchased for visitation purposes after my parents' separation. Some of the memories I've gotten back are like tiny sections added to the memories I already had, completing the memory but altering the scene entirely, thus the reason for my retelling of these events. Me and my siblings moved around a lot with our mum growing up, due to my parents separating and the bitter non-divorce and custody dispute between me and my two siblings. When I was 2 and mum was still pregnant with my sister, we moved into a small town with a population of about 800. The weird things that happened in that house we lived at with our mom only started after our dad purchased an old farmhouse a few hours' drive away from where we were living at the time. We lived with our mom, but would spend the occasional weekend with dad at his house on the farm. My dad owned that house from when I was 3 until 9, but I was maybe 5 or 6 when the events of this story took place. The farm was high up in the mountains, extremely isolated and aptly named Mount Hopeless. The 20 minutes drive from the closest town took us on a swervy dirt road, driving through thick vegetation and massive gum trees as far as the eye could see, with the occasional clearing that looked out to valleys, kangaroos and more bush. And to top off the already spooky vibe of the area, we'd pass Crazy Mary's house to get to Dad's farm. She was a hermit that lived in a run-down house in the mountains who mostly kept to herself, although the locals at the time knew to stay away from her. Picture Eleanor Abernathy throwing cats at you. That's what she looked like. Ratty black hair that hadn't met a comb in years. Clothes that looked like they were close to calcification and dirt adorning her face. She had some feral cats she fed and lived on her own, but we didn't have much to do with her, except for the time when our car stalled outside her house on the bend in the road. But we got out before she had a chance to throw a cat at us. The farm was near the end of the road, with a gate at the end of the road that belonged to the neighbour in the next property. It was on a long dirt road in a clearing, a fence running the length of the clearing on the left, with the view of Dad's house as we entered the clearing. I remember there was a really old and run-down house on the right, complete with a water tank rusted to shreds by age and abandonment. There was no fence visible from what I can recall, but I do remember how unsettled it made me feel. A spooky cabin in the woods vibe. The whole area did, if I'm being completely honest. At the end of the road was the gate that led to the house, and when I say it was an old house, I mean it was old. It was on 100 acres of farmland and very well off from the rest of the world. It had a front veranda that spanned the length of the house, with 2 large windows on either side of the front door, and a big brick chimney sprouting out of the side of the house. At the back of the house were stairs that led up to the back veranda and an outhouse on the left as you reached the top, which I hated going into. Picture sitting on a frozen wood slab at the top of a poo pit with spiders everywhere. As you go inside the house, you see a large wood table in the kitchen to your right, an open sunroom of sorts on your left, with bunk beds that we slept in when we visited. Along the far right was the biggest wood stove fireplace I've ever seen, with a chimney big enough for Santa's yearly visits. Down the short hall between the kitchen and sunroom were 2 rooms, my dad's room on the right and the spare room on the left. I can't recall why I didn't sleep in the spare room, but come to think of it, I don't remember much about that room. The only memory I have in there is opening a cupboard and there was a live bat inside. The boogeyman. I was about 4 or 5 when I first started seeing what I referred to as the boogeyman. I took my afternoon nap in Dad's room because it was away from the kitchen and quiet. One day, during my nap, I was woken by the feeling of being watched. It only felt like seconds since I'd fallen asleep before I was woken by this feeling. Opening my eyes in the fog of sleep, I saw what looked like my brother standing at the door with what looked like a sheet over his head. I told him to go away, but my demand got no response. He just stood there staring at me. My complaints to my parents fell on deaf ears though, as they'd always tell me he was out on the farm. I always chalked this up to my brother being a turd and trying to scare me, the never-ending sibling torment that's in the job description of being a sibling. That's what I thought, until the rest of that memory came to light. One day during my nap, I was woken to the familiar feeling of being gaped at, and by this point, I'd had enough. I stomped out of bed as fast as I could, and ran for where my brother was standing. Only, he wasn't there anymore. I looked down the hall and there was nobody there. The front door was closed and the house felt empty. Not the way it felt seconds prior. It's like he just vanished. I abandoned my nap to head outside in search of where my brother went. But what I saw when I went outside stopped me in my tracks. My brother was up near the chook pen, nowhere near the house. If that wasn't him, then who the hell did I see? The other part of the memory that has resurfaced is what this thing looked like. In my young mind, I always saw my brother with the sheet over his head. I guess that's what my mind created to make sense of what I saw. It looked like a person, but it was white and semi-transparent and had a feeling of aliveness to it. I don't know what it was or why it watched me sleep. Creaking floorboards. It's natural for an old house to creak and move with the wind, but the noises that came out of the house at night were unsettling, to say the least. During the night, I would hear noises like someone was walking on the floor, but at random intervals in areas of the house, almost simultaneously. An audible creak coming from the kitchen, followed by what sounded like a creak coming from the spare room, then back to the kitchen. But there was nobody there. My dad was snoring away happily in his room, and I could hear the top bunk springs creaking, so it wasn't my brother either. The things that happened in that house were tame in comparison to some of the weird things that happened at the house we lived at with Mum. But the timeline of events and recent memories have got me thinking. Could a spirit have followed us to the other house? I'm still not 100% sure what it was I saw. This happened about 25 years ago, so I could be remembering it wrong. Or maybe I created an imaginary friend. I'm a skeptic through and through, regardless of what I think I saw as a kid. So what's your take on this? An overactive imagination, or something more? I was in bed listening to music on my phone. I was basically the only person home, because my mum was buying groceries or something, and my little brother, who we'll call Alex, was at our cousin's place having fun. Before I get to the story, you have to know the layout of the place. Our bedroom has a wooden door to our balcony, and the balcony, our cousin's window, is close to it. So wherever he wanted to go to their place, we just used their window as a shortcut. To go there instead of walking outside and getting to their front door. Like I said, I was on my phone listening to music with my headphones plugged in because I could practically hear my brothers and my cousins laughing and just being loud. I don't know when it started, but in the middle of my music, I could hear this beat, aka the knocks. I forgot to say that the wooden door has a lock that can only be opened inside the bedroom. So whenever Alex got locked in the balcony, he'd knock and call my name. Well, I didn't hear my name being called, so I thought it was just a weird beat in the music. But then minutes later, it was still there. Now I started doubting it was the music, because it didn't fit the rhythm at all. So I paused and listened, and it continued. The knock was unlike Alex's knock. His was more like an annoyed, loud knocking and yelling my name with irritation. This one was consistent. I don't know how to say it, but it was a weird kind of knock. Ever since from the start, it didn't change its pace and sounded basically the opposite of his. But I thought it was Alex, so I waited for him to call. Eventually I just got annoyed and got out of bed and opened the lock, which makes a loud clicking sound when opened, but the knock didn't stop. So I opened the door while saying, "What the heck, Alex, is knocking all you know?" The moment I opened the door, the knocking stopped. At first I was confused because the knocking stopped the moment I opened the door. Our aunt looked through the window and said, "Alex is right here." And at first I thought they were pranking me, but even before our aunt denied it, I knew it wasn't true. Because first of all, yes, the window was close, but not that close that you'd get in there within a nanosecond. And the knocking was just so consistent, never changing. It was very unlike Alex's. Aunt's reply was, "Promise we didn't prank you. No one went to go knock at your door either." When I was 8 years old, my family, my father, my mother and my sister, were going through a difficult economic situation. Therefore, we lived in a rental house. It wasn't bad. The bad thing was that there was an abandoned house just opposite. There was the door, and if you went to a path to the right, it was the exit to the street. But to the left, you entered an alley between our house and an abandoned house in very bad condition. The house was literally falling. It was made of a rock-like material, but a little stronger. My sister and I went there to see what we found. But our parents always told us to be careful, since in the living room of that house, there was a big hole that was a noria. And from what we heard, the people who lived there left since their children had fallen there. We could never really check if it was true or not, but something strange happened in both houses. On one occasion, before it happened, I remember seeing a girl jumping in the middle of the living room of my house, while it was night and everyone was sleeping. I was unlucky that my bed was right in front of the door that led to the living room, and since we were not well enough economically, we turned off all the lights when sleeping. It was quite scary, and the only logical explanation I give is that with so much fear that I was maybe imagined. One night, I remember that I was asleep in bed, or trying to sleep. I was in that position when your legs are hanging out of bed. So I feel something grab my foot and raise it. I move and it drops. I get angry. I see my sister at the door and immediately think it was her. I start to ask her why she did it and she says, "Do what?" My sister had a computer with a web camera. Just at that moment, she left on recording a video in that room. When we reviewed it, I could see how nobody took my leg. Simply, the leg rose alone. But I felt that someone took it. It's something to which today I cannot explain. My dad passed away in 2015. He was 64, so not super young, but it was a shock to us all because all 4 of my grandparents were still alive and well. And we obviously didn't expect for him to die before then. So my mom says that she felt like he's still around the house after he died. She would see shadows, hear footsteps, etc. I kind of chalked it off to her just being alone now in a house where they used to be together. In 2017, her father, my grandpa, died as well. Overall, she does believe in spirits and ghosts and used to be quite Christian. She's had paranormal experiences as an open-minded but realistic. Her first guess isn't always like, oh, ghost. She tries to figure it out logically before going to any paranormal conclusions, as to not freak herself out. In late 2018, when I was living with her, I had a boyfriend whose house I would stay at a few nights a week, as you do. She said that one night when I wasn't there, she woke up in the middle of the night because she felt something was watching her. She opened her eyes and recalled a large, shadowy face with not super defined features, but like a floating egghead with indents for eyes. Nobody. She flung herself out of bed, screaming, and threw a chair at it. It disappeared into thin air. She turned on the lights and waited, but eventually fell back asleep. The next night, she woke up again in the middle of the night, but this time to a glowing white orb above her head. She says it was the size of a pomelo. She again got scared and started screaming and kind of flailing her arms. The orb floated slowly out of the room. When I came home a couple of days later, she told me what happened. I immediately was freaked out and also confused. What are these two things doing? Battling? Dark versus light? And so we went to the shop and got crystals, etc. She said things subsided for a while, but one night she was getting ready for bed, and she said she felt a need to turn around while brushing her teeth, so that she was facing the bedroom. When she turned, she saw a blurry grey man run up and jump into the bed, like a dive into a pool, and disappear into it. She said it didn't feel very malicious, but she was spooked and still went to bed. The next day, she told me about the third experience and I freaked. I'm telling her to get a shaman in this house quickly, especially as I'm set to be moving out of her house and kind of far away. So now she's going to be alone. She's doing some work with this particular shaman before, so the shaman knows us and family a bit. She does some Reiki work as well as my mom, and gives her instructions on how to proceed and get the spirits out of the house. I do this ritual with her, and so far, she hasn't had any more spirits around her room at night. Something that the shaman said to her, though, has stuck with me ever since. My first guess when thinking about the entities coming to my mum at night is that it was my dad and then my grandpa. My dad and grandpa didn't really get along. My grandpa was very protective of my mum and never thought my dad was the best man for her. But then I'm thinking, why would my dad have a dark, shadowy face? It unfortunately makes sense, even though I would like it not to. He was a difficult man, and in his opinion, was going to finish his life too soon. He wasn't ready to go. Let's get back to the shaman. She practices some past life guided meditations, and in her Reiki work with my mom, told her that my dad was essentially stuck to her. Why? Because they had many past lives together. Apparently, in every past life before this one, he had outlived her. And the shaman said he had basically done anything to remain the survivor. So kill her, let her die, etc. The shaman said she saw it all there, and that he couldn't let go of my mom in this life because he was pissed that he went first. I honestly wish I could be like, nah, that's crazy. Dad wouldn't kill mom, hurt her or haunt her. But the fucked up part is that I can totally see it. It makes sense to me. It hurts my heart to admit that, but I can see my dad being someone who puts himself before everyone else. He didn't think he deserved to die. He even admitted once to my mom, as she was taking care of him throughout his sickness, that if the tables were turned, he probably wouldn't have stuck around to take care of her. Me and my friend, both 17, were on holiday at a resort in Norwich, which was situated in a pretty large forest. I had been there once before, about 5 or so years ago, and on that trip I discovered a small dirt path that led into an uninhabited part of the woods. I was too scared to go very far down it when I first discovered it and sort of forgot about it. Fast forward to about 3 days ago, and me and my friend are bored and have like an hour to kill. It's about 9 at this point, and I decided it would be fun to go on an evening cycle in the woods. My friend is a very skeptical and logical person who isn't a fan of taking risks, so she needed some convincing, but eventually we went. The path took us deep into the forest, so far that we could no longer see any lights from the houses around us. It also bordered some kind of field. However, this field was blocked off by a tall metal fence that was topped with barbed wire. We decided to turn back after about 30 minutes of cycling because it was getting dark and we had no torches. When we returned, we were buzzing and decided we had to do that again, but next time explore more of the path. 2 days later, we decided it's a good time to explore more of the path. The sun is beginning to set, and it seems like the perfect time to set off. We begin cycling, however this time things feel different. My friend is getting quite antsy the further down the path we go, and even I begin to get a bit freaked out. Something feels wrong, but we decide to carry on. Eventually, we come to an unexplored area and come across some kind of wooden electricity box. We stare at it for a second. I try to see what's inside, but decide it's futile, and we carry on. As soon as we pass that box, the off feeling becomes much worse, and I came to a stop. I asked my friend if we should play some music from a well-known TV show that we both like, as the soundtrack would match the vibe of biking through unknown woods at night. She said yes, so I began trying to get the music up on my Spotify. I had no signal, but that shouldn't have been an issue, since I had the album downloaded, but it just wouldn't load. I was very absorbed in trying to get it to work, but after a minute, my friend said in a nervous voice, "Is that coming from your phone?" Confused, I go silent, and then I hear it too. I can very faintly hear a song playing. The song is one that recently blew up because it was used in a TV show, and not only that, but the part is playing in the chorus, which is not at the start of the song. Me and my friend both check our phones, but neither are playing anything. We both then book it back on our bikes. When we reach the edge of the woods, we both feel the bad vibes wash away instantly. When we get home, we both immediately checked any possible way the music came from our phones. We both asked our Siris to play the album, but they both said, "I need you to give me access to your Spotify," or something like that. We also checked multiple other things, but nothing gave us an answer. We were both thoroughly freaked out, especially my friend who's a skeptic and always disproved the many ghost stories and horror movies I'd tell her about. We went back to the path the next day, and even went back to the exact spot, and the vibes were completely gone, and we could find no trace that any other person had been there. My granddad died 25 years ago, when I was around 2.5 years old, so I've never really known him in person, just through stories that my parents and other families told me, and photographs of him I've seen. So this dream happened a couple of weeks back now, and it's really shaken me up. I dreamed I was at a garden party, in the garden of the house my granny and granddad had owned when granddad was alive. I was sitting on a garden bench next to my mother, chatting, when I saw the garden gate open and people I didn't recognise were walking through, dressed in white. And then walking amongst them, I saw Grandpa, and he saw me and Mum and came over to us. I remember we hugged, and it felt like such a real hug. It still feels real thinking back on it now, how tight he held me and how warm he felt. He kissed my cheek and told me how proud he was of me, and of how well I'd grown up. And then he told my mum what a beautiful young lady I had become. Then he said he was sorry he couldn't stay longer, but he was so happy to have seen me now all grown up, and that he's so proud of me and he loved me so much. I remember I told him I loved him too, and started sobbing as we hugged again. Then I sat back down on the garden bench next to Mum, and watched him as he disappeared into the crowd of people, wearing white. and headed back towards the gate. And then I woke up. I felt like I'd been crying when I woke up as well. I couldn't feel any tears on my face, but I was breathing really heavily and I felt shaky. This happened 6 months ago in a house I moved into with a roommate. She had lived there for a year prior, and once I moved in, we started rearranging the living room. I need to note that there were old bedroom sets in the basement from the original owners of the house. Bed frames, dressers, and mirrors. Back to the living room. There was a mirror on the wall opposite the fireplace, with a mirror above the mantel. The mirror opposite the fireplace came from the basement and was hung up by the girl that lived there before I moved in. So I take the mirror off the wall as we're putting our TV in that spot and prop it up against the wall perpendicular to the wall it was hung, until we can figure out where to put it. This is when we started to notice the weird things happening, and hadn't quite realised the mirror could be an issue. There's a cot in the basement, and was set up apparently by the owner of the house. If he ever came to the town, well, the lights above the cot randomly stopped working, and that corner of the basement just started having an eerie vibe. I tell my roommate this, and we go down to investigate. What we found scared the shit out of us. Bare footprints on the cot, seemingly pacing back and forth from side to side. No one in their right mind would walk barefoot down there, as it's dirty and there's been rats. We measured our feet next to the prints, and while roughly the same length, they were way too wide to be either of ours. A couple of days later, I'm down in the basement doing laundry. I make my dog come down there with me because it's so creepy. He wouldn't stop staring at the corner containing the cot, and I felt I was being watched. A moment later, the lights above the washer and dryer started flickering, so I got the hell out of there. The same day, later in the afternoon, I'm standing in the living room on the phone with my brother, talking about work with my back to the mirror propped against the floor. My dog starts growling and aggressive barking. My initial thought was both mine and my roommate's dogs were behind me fighting over a toy. So I snapped at them to stop. And when I turned around, it was just my dog staring into the mirror, but not looking at his reflection. So that freaked me out, and it's when I started connecting the dots. I had a fish in a tank on one side of the mirror, and my roommate had a cool palm tree-like plant on the other side. My fish died suddenly, and the plant wasn't doing well, no matter her efforts. I have to note, I had been telling my roommate that the mirror seemed warped, because I felt I looked horrible and fat when I saw myself walking into the room. She apparently had also noticed this. So I bring up my mirror theory to her, and she immediately grabs the mirror and puts it in our detached garage in the backyard. We both felt better about this until the next day. I went out back to smoke and it was raining, so I opened the garage door for some shelter. A fluorescent bulb was on the floor in the middle of the garage, as though it had fallen, but it wasn't on a place it would have seemed to have landed and completely unbroken. It's like someone laid it there. I looked up, see the mirror facing me, and get the fuck out. I explained this to my roommate, and we immediately grabbed the mirror to walk it across the street to Goodwill. She's holding it by the wire it hung on for years, and the moment we reach the edge of the property, the wire snaps and the mirror falls to the ground without breaking. We get it across the street and leave it. The next day, the lights in the basement started working, and we had no other weird experiences. I grew up in a small town on the southern Oregon coast. There wasn't a whole lot for a teenager to do there, so we had to get creative. One of our favourite activities was to drive around and appreciate the raw, natural beauty of the area, and explore the many trails, vistas, beaches and such. We would greatly enhance the experience by taking a threshold dose of Lucy. This of course is not smart, and could have gone terribly wrong. We were on a night voyage one time. There were 3 of us in my '91 Honda Accord. We found ourselves in Crescent City, California at around 3 a.m. The town appeared eerily vacant as we aimlessly cruised its streets. Coastal fog blanketed the silent city. Suddenly, a massive beam of light level with the ground passed over us. It kept happening, and each time I could hear and feel it smoothly ripping through the sky. Filled with excitement, we began driving toward the source, which of course was a lighthouse. We all got out and enjoyed watching the beam for a while. Then we noticed a pier stretching out over the water. We walked down and onto the wooden pier when we noticed that we were not alone. About halfway down the pier was a group of 4 or 5 small figures. We were a little surprised to see anyone out there. We were all feeling spooked, but unable to make the decision to turn around, we kept walking. "Just act normal," whispered one of my friends. We awkwardly walked past these figures. They were 4 feet tall at most, covered head to toe in a patchwork of brown fabric, complete with hoods, face covers, and gloves. They carried with them some kind of woven baskets. We were very spooked, and my heart was racing, but they seemed even more agitated by our presence. Making very odd click and squeak sounds to each other, they kind of scrambled around as we passed them. It also very odd we noticed that the pier was covered in sea life. There were fish flopping around here and there, many crabs skitting around, some of them finding their way over the edge and back into the water, and fresh clumps of seaweed. None of us looked back for a while. When we did, we saw they were leaving. We watched, dumbfounded, as they exited the pier and all piled into a Ford Taurus station wagon and drove away. Relieved that they were gone, we all stood at the end of a pier for quite a while discussing this weird situation, while the beam continued circling the sky. We had all witnessed the same thing. We were high, but not hallucinating. Did our enhanced state of awareness allow us to see them when they're normally cloaked to normal humans? And how did all the sea life get up onto the pier? This happened about a decade ago. I was about 18 at the time. I was dating a boy for about a month. We'll call him B. B was also completely dismissive of the idea that ghosts are real, even more dismissive than I was. He thought the idea of religion, spirits, aliens, etc. were all bizarre fantasies. About a month into our relationship, he decided it was time I met his parents. I, being a gothic teen, was extremely nervous, but I reluctantly agreed. He picked me up and drove us to his apartment to meet them. Upon walking through the front door, his mother sat on the couch with the 2 dogs to the left of me, and his father stood on the kitchen entryway to the right of me. He introduced me, and we made pleasant small talk. I was so focused on the conversation and my nerves that I hardly noticed the dogs barking until his mother yelled "quiet" to stop them. We chatted for about 20 minutes, then headed out for our weekend plans. About a week later, he invited me over again. His parents weren't home, and upon arriving, I noticed the only one dog was there. The dog was less timid this time, so I bent down to pet her. B told me her name and a bit of her history, how they adopted her, etc. I then asked him about the black dog, and he got a puzzled look on his face. "What black dog?" "The one that was here last time. It looks just like this one, only it's black." Belle was the only dog here. He looked at me in pure disbelief and told me they'd had a dog just like that, but it died a few months ago. I told him the dog had a white stripe down its chest and a blue collar with a bow on it, and his jaw hit the floor. He led me down the hallway and showed me a photo on the wall of the 2 dogs together, and my description perfectly matched it. A photo that could not be seen from the front door where I had stood during my entire last visit. We tried for a solid hour to make this make sense. I couldn't have gotten every single detail right, down to the collar. It wasn't something seen from the corner of my eye. I stared right at this dog for 20 solid minutes. It was hardly 5 feet away from me, coming up occasionally to sniff my shoes and barking, as any dog would do at a newcomer. I undoubtedly saw this dog. To this day, I can see the scene in my mind very clearly. I don't have any history of mental illness or hallucinations. I've never experienced anything like this. Yesterday morning, exactly 3:33 AM, I was laying in bed with my boyfriend. Early that night in the car, we were having a discussion on whether we believed in ghosts and how they'd appear and whatnot. We both agreed we have a sense there is some kind of paranormal, but didn't go much deeper into it. We were hanging out in bed and we were getting ready to sleep when I heard the click of the bathroom door. I kept telling him I heard the knob click shut, and he kept telling me he remembers shutting it. The bathroom door is right across from my bedroom, so I was staring at it and the light was on inside, as I could see through the outline of the door. I remember using the bathroom, and I'm forgetful sometimes about closing the door and shutting the light off, so I can't really remember the state of the bathroom, but I knew I heard a click. He kept assuring me he shut it, and my cats were being loud, but they weren't by the bathroom. As I kept telling him about it, I looked away for a split second and heard another click, but it was a sound the light makes. I looked back and the light was now off, and I no longer saw the outline. I was scared as shit, so I grabbed my phone because I thought there possibly was an intruder. The time was exactly 3:33 AM. I know it's silly, but it seemed so odd and the air felt so uncomfortable. I kept believing there might be someone in there somehow, thinking logically. After 5 minutes of panicking, we found items in the room to defend ourselves with, turned on all the lights outside the bathroom, then opened the door to discover an empty bathroom. I've been living in this apartment since July, never witnessing anything off, other than feeling kind of scared when he doesn't stay the night with me and having nightmares. The person in which I took over the lease never mentioned anything spooky happening, but it is an older complex that was renovated. I've only ever woken up at 3:33 once while staying at a friend's house and feeling eerie because it's a spooky hour. Plus, I vividly remember having a weird dream that woke me up, but don't remember the details. Anyone else have weird occurrences at this hour? I feel crazy as hell. So I work in a hospital doing MRIs, and every day our patient list consists of inpatients and outpatients. The MRI room is located directly next to the CT room, along a corridor that also has rooms for fluoroscopy, DEXA scans, etc. The corridor is maybe 20 long, maybe a little longer. So CT has brought an elderly patient down, and all the staff along the corridor can see her. And everyone can see she's obviously not well. She's not screaming or in pain or anything, just very quiet with glazed eyes and not really moving. So I go about my business checking in on other patients and getting them checklisted, which takes about 5 to 7 minutes per person. As I'm walking back into the office, I see a crash team running towards me and heading towards the CT room and hear a commotion. I couldn't tell at the time exactly what was happening, but it turns out that the elderly patient had passed away on the table as they were positioning her and preparing her for a scan. Everyone in the scanning area is a little distressed, but gets on with their work. We eventually finish scanning our last outpatient, and I'm shutting down the department and getting everything ready for the next day. I'm going to get more gowns from along the corridor, and as I go to leave and walk past the CT room, I and another colleague hear the sound of the hospital bed wheels approaching our area. Apart from the three of us, the department is empty. Me and the other guys both turn around, and at the end of the corridor, we see a figure standing there but not moving. Now, I'm not really a superstitious person, but this really did get me and my colleagues. No one should be there apart from the three of us, but we can see each other and know where each other are. We went back to the MRI room and questioned what we saw. We all saw a figure. We all recognized the hair. We all saw something or someone standing still. We decided that it was best to leave the MRI room together, as we were all a little shaken. When we head back out, there's no one there, but the lights are off along the whole corridor, from the very top, past the imaging rooms, including CT, leading to our department. The three of us decide to leave our bags and other belongings in the lockers and head straight to security to ask if they'd seen anything, which they said they hadn't. They escort us back in. We grab our bits with lightning speed and hightail out of there. As I mentioned, I'm not a superstitious person and wouldn't say I believe in ghosts per se, but I have no other explanations to what I saw. Could it have just been my mind playing tricks on me after a long and stressful shift? I saw her literally minutes before she died. Could it have been her spirit lingering? I still work there and haven't seen anything else, but walking past CD gets my heart going and makes me feel physically sick. Three years ago, I moved countries, and now I'm separated by 12,000 kilometers from my family. But I am very close to my parents, so I do video calling with my mom almost every day, always through WhatsApp. Today was no exception. From time to time, there can be interference or echo when we talk, but nothing like today's occasion. I was charging my phone and I was laying down on the bed while talking with my mom, when she asks me what that noise is, and I replied to her that I'm not doing anything. Right after saying that, I can see my mom's expression changing to horror, and she proceeds to tell me that at first she heard as if someone was dragging something through the floor, and then she started hearing a heavy breathing, and after the heavy breathing, a whisper, like the ones you hear in horror movies when there's a possession. I tell her to record it with another phone she has, and right after she starts recording, the noises stop. I couldn't hear anything. It was just what my mom told me, but I could tell she was scared. We keep talking for a while, and since she didn't hear them anymore, she says she'll stop recording. And right after saying that, I see my mom start shaking and almost crying, because she says the very creepy voice is there again. I told her to run to Dad, because I was getting really scared for my mom, and after she runs to my dad, the voice doesn't come back. We were really freaked out, even me that couldn't hear anything. We keep talking, trying to keep each other calm, but we have to call each other again twice, because suddenly my mom could hear a lot of echo on the call. After that, nothing has happened, and we've called each other again, and there was nothing weird at all. But we thought when she took the video, nothing was recorded. But at the very beginning of the video, you can hear the heavy breathing that scared her. My parents are convinced that someone somehow entered the call and wanted to scare my mom, like some sort of prank. And I want to think that too, but I'm still very spooked about it. My nan's brother was away fighting in World War II. The family didn't even know whether he was alive. One night, when my nan fell asleep, she immediately dreamt of a huge ship coming towards her. They lived smack big in the middle of the country, hours away from the ocean, so this seemed absolutely bizarre. However, when she tried to fall asleep, she'd dream of the ship coming towards her again. She was in her late teens, but was so shaken up that she went and got in her mum's bed. With her mum soothing her, she managed to get some sleep before waking up due to hearing footsteps. There was no one on the outside walking. The footsteps went on for hours and she got really worked up about why she was having such a strange night and couldn't get any sleep. Early in the morning, she again awoke hearing the footsteps, when her mum suddenly announced that she too could hear them. They realised that the footsteps were coming down the path under their house, towards their back door. They rushed downstairs and found my nan's little brother on the doorstep. He'd arrived by ship when my nan was seeing the ship sailing towards her. He'd then get lifts before walking for hours in order to get home in the morning. My nan never forgot that night and often talked about it until passing in her 70s. Our bedroom is at the top of a flight of stairs, coming from a large, open, double-height converted barn, so we're at ceiling height whilst upstairs. The barn is always lit at night due to having so many windows, so we pull a thick curtain across to darken our room. As an insomniac, I'm often up during the night. One night, my husband saw my silhouette come up the top of the stairs, closed the curtain, and then approached the bed. He almost jumped out of his skin when he realised I was actually in bed, asleep, next to him. He described it as a dark, adult-shaped solid shadow or mass, and he was freaked out for weeks. The shadow vanished after he looked over to me. This is the same room where my ex heard voices and whispers in the dark, telling him that he wasn't treating me well. I like to think that was my deceased granddad, who used to live here, telling him off. There have been a number of ghostly events experienced by different people in the main 300-year-old farmhouse attached to the barn. When discussing the shadow person with a friend who used to house sit regularly, she insisted she'd seen the same thing walking through the main house so often that she stopped feeling scared. She also described it as a solid black shadow silhouette. When I was younger, my stuff would get moved, Mom and grandmother denying even touching it. Another thing I vividly remember is that one of my plushies went off while I was in bed. It was a Build-A-Bear dog with one of those little sound boxes in the paw. No one else was in the room. I was on my bed. The plush was on the floor. My grandmother told me that she used to hear footsteps around the house. These have since ceased. Around Christmas of 2019, my grandmother and cousin were making challah bread. They briefly went over to the dining table to talk with my mom while the dough was kneading in the mixer. I'll note that it was a heavy KitchenAid mixer. The mixer flew across the room right next to my grandmother's foot. The cord was unplugged and out straight behind it. Even if the mixer had vibrated itself off of the counter, it would have fallen straight down, not 10 feet away. Things have been going missing more often since then. One Saturday morning, I had lost my phone. I remembered it last being with me in the living room. We looked all over for it, and my grandmother found it in my mom's room. I know I didn't go in there that morning, and had no reason to. I told them that I thought we had a ghost. My 3DS had gone missing a week or two prior to the phone incident. I still couldn't find it by the time my phone went missing. I had looked everywhere for it, stripped my bed, checked the drawers, etc. I jokingly asked our ghost for it back, and looked on my bed once again. It was under a shirt, in the last place I looked. Yesterday, my game case went missing. I had them last either downstairs, or in my room out in the open. I looked for the case in the drawer where I kept all of my other gaming equipment. It's not there. Since I started noticing a pattern, I asked for my games back. After looking for a while, I get the urge to look in the gaming drawer, and there it is. Last night, I was up late. Everyone was asleep. When I was downstairs a few moments prior, I felt like I was being watched. When I was upstairs and in my room, I said, "Yo, if there's any spirits here, you're chill and I like you." Right after I said that, I heard 2 footsteps in the hall, outside my door. They didn't go anywhere. Here's what tops the cake. My dog barks at a specific corner in the living room sometimes. I'm okay with the ghost, since they're friendly and haven't harmed anyone or anything. But it doesn't mean I'm not freaked out by this. These are all very real to me, and I'm sorry if I sound insane. My girlfriend, her roommates, and I have all thought jokingly that their suite in a college dorm was haunted. Now, we're very convinced. We bought a Ouija board from our house up to the suite and decided to use it the other night. Our first attempt was a success and seemed tame at first. However, as we were about to ask another question, we heard a strange noise from the pantry area. It was a soft female voice saying what sounded like dreams. We weren't sure about the exact word, but we all agreed that we heard a D and an E sound. We asked the spirit through the board if the voice was them, and they said yes. We then asked what it had said, and it spelled out a butchered version of what must have been delayed on the board, which fits the D and E we heard. A short time later, her roommate left the suite to the hallway to make a phone call. The speaker, which was turned off and had nobody connected to it, all of a sudden began to blare the dial tone. We ran out of the room to hear the same noise on a phone outside, not connected to the speaker. We rushed back inside to say goodbye on the board. A little bit later, the people from across the hall wanted to try as well, so we did it again. This time, the spirit claimed to be my girlfriend's grandfather, who died before she was born, which none of us but knew her about. We eventually asked if anyone was living in the pantry, to which it replied yes. It replied no when we asked if it was a good entity, and yes when we asked if we should be worried. We ended it there, and drew crosses on post notes and stuck them to the pantry door. Since then, the energy has felt cleaner in the room than before. I grew up in St Albans, England, famed for being the second largest Roman settlement in England, after London. God knows what burial sites, houses, and the current city could be built on, but I'm sure many have been desecrated. I lived just outside the city centre and in a council house. My nan had lived there for 50 or so years before she died, and due to ill health, we lived with her, so my mum could care for her. My nan was a highly religious person, and I think whatever was in that house didn't like that fact. We saw things, heard things, items would go missing to show up in completely random places. I was never scared by whatever was in that house, but you could feel something was there. I remember being younger and playing with some action figures with a childhood friend, and a 50p piece just fell into my lap. We were playing on our staircase, so there was nowhere it could have possibly fallen from. I believe at the time, this was my granddad who had recently passed. Another time, I remember walking up one Saturday morning to the sound of a child running up and down the stairs and clapping. You could hear the clapping get quieter as they went down the stairs, and vice versa. I chalked it up to my younger sisters. However, it abruptly stopped, and not hearing my sister's bedroom door close, I went to see if they were both still in bed, and they were. When asked if they'd been doing it, they both denied it. When my nan passed away, all activity seemed to cease, but with the odd occurrence. We've since left that house, and the two owners since have asked us if we experienced anything peculiar in the house. I was 12 years old at the time. I'm 28 now, and was just normally sleeping when I awoke suddenly. I saw my room. Everything was perfectly normal. The fan was still spinning, I could feel the breeze and see everything in perfect focus. I then felt immediate fear for no reason. I felt something was coming. I tried to move but was completely paralysed, minus my eye movement. I quickly closed my eyes tight in fear, and that's when I heard it. The creepiest damn witch-like laughter I've ever heard laughing directly into the right side of my ear. It had the voices of a man and a woman at the same time. Kinda hard to explain, like a fusion of voices. I tried to scream, but I couldn't. Then, since I was raised Christian, I started to pray in my head, begging for God to stop it. It only laughed louder and harder. I felt the breath from its laughter on my neck, even the dry, rasping breath from each chuckle. I kept repeating the prayer, and then it suddenly stopped. What happened next made a lump in my throat and my heart beating a mile a minute. I heard it speak. "There is no God." In that same half-male, female voice. I was internally freaking out, my eyes being shut so tight I was in pain. I began desperately concentrating, wiggling my finger, at the same time trying to ignore the damn thing while continuously praying. The voice then suddenly stopped. I had control of my finger, then my hand, then my arm, until my body was finally free. I got up quickly and ran to my brother, who was in the other room, and shook him, saying, Dude, wake up!" but he just stared blankly at me. He was already awake, but didn't move. I got instantly scared and shook his body harder. Then he gasped. I'm telling you guys right now, this is a 100% true story. He looked me in the eye and said, "Holy crap, I was awake and I saw you, but I couldn't move." My blood ran cold. We told my older sister, who was 17 at the time, about it later that morning. Then what she told us both was chilling. She said, "I used to do witchcraft when I was a kid with a few of my friends, but weird stuff started to happen, so we stopped. Something evil may have followed. Till this day, I have sleep paralysis once every few months, but I've never heard a laugh or voice since then." "3 years ago, I was working as an information technology field service technician. I'd be sent across the states every other month in order to spend a week with different company clients, to help with projects or cover for techs who'd be on leave of absence. This time, I was about to be sent to Concord, Massachusetts. This was for a company I'm sure you all well know, the Welch's Juice Company. They have a very beautiful office building in Concord, which houses an actual laboratory and testing center. They were working on transitioning from a hosted Exchange Mail server to Office 365 server. I was there to help with the transition, along with assisting the team with hardware and software issues. They have a gorgeous dedicated inn just across the parking lot from the office called the Residence Inn Concord Marriott. It's located at 320 Baker Avenue, if anyone wanted to know. The inn was great. They had a dedicated bar at the entrance, swimming pool, fitness center, breakfast, the whole 9 yards. Their room for me was amazing and could have fit 3 or 4 people. I rather enjoyed my first 3 days there without incident. However, this is where the actual experience begins. I was on my 4th day of working and finished up my shift a little early. I spent the rest of the day going to the Boston Aquarium and just travelling around the city. I returned late in the evening around 9:30 p.m. and headed to my room for the night. I want to explain the layout of the bedroom in the inn for you to better understand the visuals. The bedroom was quite large, the actual bed set being a king, positioned dead center. I'll give a perspective view from laying in the bed. On the left side, approximately 7 feet away, were large curtains. I kept the curtains slightly opened in the center to allow the moonlight to illuminate a portion of the room. The right side also consisted of a few feet of space, followed by a door to the bathroom. Directly in front of me, another 6 feet down, was the door leading to the kitchen and living room section. I, of course, kept the main entrance double locked and went as far as also locking the bedroom door. I'm a very cautious individual, as you can tell. My wife, girlfriend at this time, was talking to me on the phone while I was in bed. We talked for roughly an hour or so before I accidentally fell asleep while on the phone. She's the type not to wake you up in these situations, instead preferring to sleep with me while still on the line. I didn't like the blankets, so I slept on top of them. I don't remember having any dreams prior to what occurred. I was suddenly woken up with an intense feeling of being watched. I didn't feel dread, but just a sense of unease and a primal feeling of eyes being on me. I had full control of my body as well. I was facing to the right, and I was able to make out the door to the bathroom, which was closed. I then made the mistake of turning all the way over to the left-hand side of the bed. I'll explain to the best of my memory what I saw. When I turned to the side, I immediately looked up and locked eyes with what I can only describe as a male revolutionary soldier. He must have stood at least 6 feet tall and was of a normal body type. He was staring down directly into my eyes while standing at attention. He was roughly about 2 feet away from me. He didn't talk or make any sound whatsoever. He just stared directly at me in the military position of attention. The moonlight from the curtains was just enough to bathe his body from the back. This in turn made his body shape and outline features easy to comprehend. He had no way to see through. A solid body, just like looking at any normal human in general. He wore a tricorn hat and a full long coat, which looked like a military uniform, complete with a bandolier. I couldn't make out colours as he was mostly dark from the front view. However, even in that darkness, I was able to make out the whites of his eyes, his pale skin, and his dark pupils. The rest was just too dark to make out distinctively. The main thing that caught me were those damn eyes. They were sternly fixated on me, to what can only be depicted as daggers gazing through me. Now, I'm 6 foot 205 pounds, and I don't scare very easily, especially now as an adult. However, when I turned and saw him, I kid you not, I bellowed out a very loud scream. I began shooting my body up, then proceeded to thrust my arms down at an angle. This, in turn, threw my body off the right side of the bed. While crashing about 3 feet onto the ground, I rolled my body backwards from my back until I was right side up. My arms outstretched on both sides, grounding my body upright. My back is now laying on the closed bathroom door. I then immediately looked up to the curtains. There was nothing there anymore. He was just gone. The feeling of being watched was lost with him. If I'm surprised or excited, I get a fit of palpitations. I clutched my chest as a series of palpitations occurred. I was coughing and trying to catch my breath when I heard a voice come from the bed. My eyes were open wide and unmoving from the curtains. I heard my girlfriend's voice. She was still connected on the same call from before. Julian, are you okay? What happened? I could hear her pitch of concern from the speaker mode of the iPhone. It took me a few more seconds to collect myself before I was able to pull myself from the floor and scan the rest of the room. There's no way anyone could have gotten in from anywhere in the room, as I was on a high floor with the windows closed and was locked in the bedroom. I was completely dumbfounded and terrified at the same time. Hello? I once again was brought back to the attention of my phone. I cautiously returned to the bed, then reached out and grabbed it. Shaken, I was able to explain to her what just happened. My wife is a very skeptical individual and chalked it up as just being hallucination or a remnant of a sleep paralysis episode. I don't think that was the case, since I had full control of my body and was completely coherent when I woke up. What's stranger still is no one else other than my girlfriend heard me scream and fall. Either that, or they just chose not to call the reception desk. I never got a call from the lobby, nor did anyone mention my room number when checking out. In any case, that night, I somehow managed to lay back in bed, talking to Rachel until I fell asleep. I would have perhaps concluded it was just REM sleeping transitioning, but next morning proved otherwise. I woke up the next day and tried to ignore what happened the night before. I began my morning shift with one of the Concord IT team members. I'll name him Joe for his own privacy. I don't know if maybe I had a look of someone who was distressed, but Joe caught on almost immediately and asked if I was okay. I really didn't want to sound crazy in front of him, but we actually had a pretty solid work relation from past work tickets, and I just had to get it off my mind. I told him of my experience, and he looked genuinely very interested and astonished. When I finished, that's when he said something that brought a chill to my spine. You do know that this location hosted the Battle of Concord in the Revolutionary War, right? My jaw dropped. Are you kidding? I said, half-hearted. I had to then Google the actual battle, and he was correct. Concord was indeed a battlefield of the Revolutionary War, and I saw a revolutionary-dressed military man last night without any prior knowledge of this battle. I was stunned. He told me to ask the front desk receptionist at the inn if the building was haunted, but I was too embarrassed to ask such a question. I was more willing to ask for a change of rooms. However, once again, I didn't ask. What was I going to say? Oh, I saw a revolutionary soldier and I don't feel comfortable. Can I have a change of rooms? I instead spent the rest of the week in that very same room and dreaded going to sleep. However, the rest of the week went without incident. I flew home on the weekend. I recently got a new job and have never been back to Concord since. I've never had any other paranormal experiences. I honestly don't know what to make of it, but it's something I think about in the late hours of that night at hotels. When I was 6 years old, my family and I moved to this new house in Connecticut. It's actually only a mile or so away from the house where the movie The Haunting in Connecticut takes place, which is also based on a true story. Anyway, shortly after moving there, my stepfather went over to meet the neighbours. I can't remember what his question was specifically, but it was along the lines of, "So, any idea why the house was sold so easily?" The neighbours weren't sure as to why, but their son said, "Because it's haunted." Naturally, the adults kind of dismissed it, but now that I'm older, I wonder what this young kid saw from a different house that convinced him that my own was haunted. I don't know if I'll ever know the answer to that, but I do know what my family and I had experienced back then. So at first, we experienced things, all of us, including my parents, but they didn't want to admit it. Not even to each other. I'm talking seeing shadows, hearing voices, stuff out of place, the works. But one night around Halloween, ironically, my parents walked into the house and both heard a ghostly screaming or growling. My younger brother and I never heard it, and didn't even know about it until years later. Another time, we came home and a big potted plant was thrown across the room. Now, we didn't see it, but even my stepfather had trouble lifting that thing, so it had to have been thrown, right? But by who? And there weren't any signs of break-in or anything stolen either. And we would know, because our house had been broken into 2 or 3 times when I was a kid. Another incident I can think of was really weird. It was stuff that happened with my toys and my younger brother's toys. For example, we had toy guns that would make gun noises every time you pulled the trigger. Sometimes at night, you could hear the thing going off so many times and so fast that it sounded like an actual machine gun or something. We also had this Woody doll from Toy Story that talked every time you pushed his belly. We would have that thing turned off, and you could still hear him saying, "There's a snake in my boot," in the middle of the night. Another time we were using a police car toy that you could drive around by pushing the one button its remote. It would only go in a straight line. But one day, not even holding the remote, the thing started going in every direction on its own, even in circles if I remember correctly, and by the time we got our mom to come up, it stopped. Typical, really. The absolute worst thing, however, was the nightmares I had. It was the same thing every time. I would wake up in my bed and walk to my bedroom door. I'd open it and walk into the dark hallway. I'd keep going till I reached the end and was looking at the door to what was our playroom at the time. I'd open the door and I'd see nothing but darkness. I'm talking pitch black. Can't see your hand in front of you. Out of said darkness would come a face. It was horrifying, especially as a kid. It was basically a rotting skull with purple and pink leftovers of flesh covering a human skull. Pretty much a pinkish looking zombie. It also had needles coming out of its head and wore a long white coat. This thing would look at me and smile, then grab me by the ankle and pull me into the dark. I would turn onto my stomach, clawing at what I could, attempting to scream, and would always see a loved one who would simply watch. I couldn't scream, couldn't speak, and would watch as the door shut. Then I would wake up for real. This happened for a long time, months, maybe even years. I can't remember. This thing would appear in dreams that had nothing to do with it. I would just turn around and boom, there it was, grabbing me and pulling me into the darkness somewhere. In a room, under some stairs. I eventually confronted it in my dream and told it to leave me alone. And it did. Fast forward to a decade or so later. I'm around 19 years old and I'm going to junior college in New Mexico. Still living in that house in Connecticut though. I live in an area where all kinds of paranormal stuff supposedly happened, and that area is still fairly new. The bulk of the campus was built in the late 1800s and early 1900s. My roommate at the time was very religious, as am I. He played football and left for a weekend or something, so I had the dorm room to myself. I go to sleep one night, and mind you, I haven't had a nightmare like the one previously mentioned since. But I remember the feeling. It felt real. So real. I can feel the carpet under my feet. I can feel my hand on the doorknob, and I can feel the dread in my gut when I make eye contact with it. I can feel its hand on my ankle. The dream was different though. worse, much worse. But it started the same. I woke up in my dream. I glanced at my phone and saw a friend had texted me. I opened it and saw a language I had never seen before. I lost control of my body and dropped the phone, feeling my jaw drop open and my eyes roll into the back of my head. I fall out of bed, but slowly levitate to the ground. I can feel this happening to me, the same way I feel the keys under the tips of my fingers right now. I'm stuck on the ground and can't move. I whisper to myself, "Somebody help me." And I can't help but whisper, "I have to find the number to the page." And I don't know what it means. I have to find it. I keep repeating those two phrases until I scream, "Somebody fucking help me," and manage to force myself to sit up, still very rigid. Just then, the door opens. I see a dark figure, shaped like a man, with white light shining behind it, stand in my doorway. It says, "Do you really want help?" I can physically hear it say this. I say, "Yes, of course," and blink. I'm back in my bed, but the lights are on now. Oh, I have to find the number on the page. I jump out of bed and look through a small black journal I kept with jokes and funny stories, etc. At the time, I flip to the middle and see a pentagram, complete with the goat head depiction of Satan sitting above it. I look at this, perplexed, and feel something grab me by my short hair and pull my head back. I come face to face with the same entity from my childhood nightmares, although it looks slightly different. Pale, but still with that sickening grin. I wake up in real life and can't go back to sleep. It's around 3 a.m. I've had creepy dreams since then that were peculiar, like I see something in a dream, and then I see it somewhere in real life on the internet or something, but nothing like these. Not quite, anyway. These are the ones that really stick out. And I know what you might be thinking. So much of that could be explained with real, logical, even scientific answers, and I agree. I wish it were true, really. I honestly wish I was absolutely insane. But every time I think that, every time I doubt the existence of the supernatural, or sometimes even God himself, I remember what my roommate said to me the next time I saw him. I told him about my nightmares, and he said it was funny, because he had a dream about me. Or at least, he believed it to be me. I asked him what it was, and he told me, while uneasily staring at his desk. He found himself in an empty room. He saw me sitting in a chair, muttering to myself. He approached me, but couldn't get my attention. I just kept saying, "I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of it." He looked behind me, surprised by how he didn't see it before. A large black figure with white light behind it stood there, holding on to me, tightly. He commanded it to leave me alone, but it wouldn't. It never loosened its grip, or so he said. Although growing up, my parents made me think it was just me being a kid, right? Years later, it turns out they too were able to see things, which got me upset, because they made me think it was me the whole time. Anyway, I don't see a lot of ghosts, but when I do, it's very rare that I see them full apparition. Here's one of the very few times. My mother's uncle passed on in the hospital a few years ago, maybe between 2003 to 2008. I don't fully remember. I know I was in my early to mid-20s. A few days later, he was cremated, and we had a mass handing the urn to one of his sons. Now to the actual story. Me and my brother were alone in the apartment, just chilling in the living room. Mother, I think, was at work. Now that day felt like any other day, so I didn't think anything of it. Me and my brother were talking about something and decided to walk to the bedroom to get what we were talking about. Now the apartment is in the project, which we've been in since '95. I walked from the living room to the bedroom through the hallway. Now the way the apartment is, when you walk from the living room through a hallway, to your left is the exit door. A few more steps is the kitchen door to the right, and straight ahead is 2 bedroom doors, both opened. Right door is Mom's, and the left door is ours. That's where the hallway takes a left, and the bathroom is at the end of there. I walked straight into my room, But in the corner of my eye, I catch someone in my mother's room standing with their back to the door towards me. He stood there in a hospital gown, holding a metal IV pole, big, wide body with head low. I suddenly stop and slowly back away and out of the room in a few seconds, only to see the door empty and a dark room with nothing or anyone there. I stood there second-guessing what I saw. I know someone was there, as if waiting. Since he was in my mother's room facing inward, he was waiting for my mother, so I went on with my day thinking something is going to happen. About a few days later, I go to my mother as she was sitting at the table and ask her, "Mom, I have a question. Did you have any dreams a few days ago?" "What do you mean?" "Did you have any dreams about your uncle, like 2 or 3 days ago?" She looks to me as if she seemed surprised that I asked, but confirmed that yes, she dreamt of her uncle on the day I saw him. I asked her what the dream was, and she told me. She was standing next to her uncle, and in front of them was his 3 sons. He walks towards them, passes the 2, and stops in front of one of them, and then turns to her. Nothing was said, but he just looked at her. I told her that's his meaning, that something is going to happen, and he wants you to watch over him specifically. Now, of course, my mother doesn't take me seriously, and she just shrugs it off. Now, about a month in, and I go to my grandmother's house and we just chit-chat. Then something came up, and she said that her nephew's phone called her at about 1 a.m. And as she answered the phone, she heard him talking to police about a shooting that happened in the train he was in, heading home that night. I looked at my mother, and our eyes met as she remembered the same moment I did. I stared at her as my eyes glared like, "I told you." Over the years, this specific son has been going through a few unfortunate events. Failing marriage that almost ended in divorce, almost lost his job, and sadly, he's been diagnosed with cancer more than once, due to the fact when they think it's gone in one area, turns out it's spread to another part of his body, and is now slowly losing his eyesight. My mother still hasn't watched over him, or at least kept in contact. I felt bad for my uncle. Even after his death, he asked for help, and she didn't give it. Being able to see things since I was 6 years old, it sucks when you don't understand what it is you're seeing, hearing, or even comprehending what is going on before you. This happened maybe around 05 or 06. I'm in my mid-20s at this point, having been through a lot of experiences in almost every apartment we've been in. My mother works overnight at the post office distribution centre in a cafe for the workers. So there are times she works from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Sometimes she takes another shift, so it will literally almost 24 hours she will work. I'm alone in the house, so around this time of my life, I was already addicted to the internet, because whenever I'm alone, they tend to mess with me if I'm not distracted with something else to keep me from seeing them or their antics. I stay up till daylight appears, and that gives me a safe haven to go to sleep. But sadly, sometimes daylight doesn't always save me. I fell asleep for a while, not sure how long I fell out, but something woke me up. I heard someone walking around the house, and I felt my mother had come home, and from the way it sounded, it was rather frantic, as if she was looking for something. Now, I didn't realise at first that something felt different in the air. I was just waking up, so I wasn't paying attention to the surroundings. I just knew I wasn't alone in the house anymore, and it relieved me, thinking she was home. I'm in bed, and the only thing awake at the moment is my eyes and ears. Body just lay there, having been up all night. I called out to my mother and nothing responded, but you could hear heavy footsteps walking in circles, like a patient in a waiting room, very impatiently. It sounded like a woman's flat-heeled shoes just walking around the apartment. Now in this apartment, everything is opened up. You can walk a full circle through the hallway, kitchen, dining room, living room, and back to that same hallway again. That's exactly what those footsteps were doing, but with unease. My ears were picking it up in this apartment, but my eyes saw nothing walk by. And where my bed was, you can see the kitchen opening and the hallway that goes into the kitchen where the steps were coming from. But no one. And my mother doesn't wear shoes, as I was hearing. Slowly I sat up and said again, "Mom." The footsteps stopped and I sat there, still nothing in response. I figured, okay, maybe the neighbour was walking around upstairs. Maybe she had guests over and one had worn some shoes and walked hard with them. I brushed it off since it stopped and laid back down to relax, seeing I might have made a mistake. I put my head back down and the footsteps again started walking in that same circle of frantic anticipation. No mistake. They were in this apartment. I sat there on my bed and stared at the hallway, just saying to myself, please don't show yourself. Please don't show yourself. I was fully sitting up, completely alert and wondering what or who could it possibly be that was walking around, and why did it sound so urgent? I couldn't sleep anymore, but I didn't move at all. I just stared at the hallway. The steps didn't come closer, but they just did that walk from the hallway to the kitchen, to the dining room to the living room, and back to the hallway again, repeatedly. It was definitely a woman. For some reason, I felt it. I got up and slowly walked over to the door, thinking if I walked outside, maybe I could just relax myself, or go to a neighbour's house to ease. I have dealt with entities, mostly tricksters or shadows, so this was very uncomforting for me. I kept staring at the closet door to make sure it wasn't opened. A lot of things happen to me when the closet doors are opened, even a bit. Hello? The steps suddenly stopped, and scratching on the floor was faintly heard, as if whoever it was turned around to look at me, or turned to where my voice came from, since I'm not sure where it stopped when I said anything. With that done, I went and grabbed my keys and went off to leave the house to go to my neighbour's. I think this was around mid to early afternoon, so I would say 12 to 2. I came back a few hours later when my mother called me, telling me she was home. So I left the neighbours, and my mother was completely exhausted. This was about evening, and the sun was setting by now, so it was getting dark. My mother was now in bed, and I was back on the computer since I was fully awake. I didn't hear the footsteps, so I figured, okay, they might be gone. A few moments later, my mother is now rushing with urgency to get redressed and out the door. Fear of 1, being alone again after what happened earlier, and 2, the alert on her face said something was terribly wrong and she had to go. Again, I was alone in the house, but this time, it actually felt like there was no one else there. The next day, I spoke to my mother, and she told me that her boyfriend's sister had passed on that morning, and she had left to see him and the sister's son. I turned pale. When my mom returned, I asked her what had happened and what was going to happen. She had passed on of a heart attack while she was in her sleep. She wasn't discovered till the afternoon by the sister's boyfriend, who then told the son and mum's boyfriend. She asked me why and if there was something wrong, since I could care less about her stupid boyfriend anyways. I despised him, but as long as he didn't put his hands on her, I had no say in whom she picked. I told her of the footsteps in the apartment and how they sounded urgent, but I didn't think much of it. How they sounded like a woman walking in a flat to maybe low-heel shoes. Lo and behold, those were the shoes his now deceased sister liked to wear. I froze again, and she had a look on her face before she then spoke again, saying that when she was about to get comfortable to go to sleep, someone grabbed her leg and yanked her almost clean off the bed. About a minute after that, she got the call that told her about the death. So it turns out, those frantic, impatient footsteps were my mom's boyfriend's sister waiting for her to come home. They were getting along, according to my mother, so I guess she was trying to contact my mother, and she didn't know how else. But her place of residence, which she sadly was not home for when she came. I don't know how long she stood there after I left, but I felt rather bad I couldn't help her. Throughout my whole 36 years of living on this planet, I've only lived in 4 places. The first one was a 3-family private house, and the other 2 were in the projects. Both buildings were literally at the corner of the same block. One, we lived on the 9th floor. The other, we lived on the 1st floor, so I had more freedom to go out and chill in front of the building, like the other kids where my mother could see me. I lived in that one for about 16 years before I finally moved out on my own. In the 2 apartments in the project, I've had problems with the closets. In the 9th floor apartment, I saw it slightly open with red eyes staring at me. I've even seen some stuffed animals move on their own when my parents lay me in bed and go to the living room to do whatever adults do while children sleep. But I couldn't sleep. But it was the apartment on the 1st floor where I had the most experiences. I guess because I was more grown and more aware of things, they always bothered me. But one night, I pulled a complete nope and called my friend over. What had happened was, as always, these things happen when I'm alone. The closet doors I always make sure are closed, because if not, I have nightmares. It never fails. When I have a nightmare, I wake up and immediately turn my attention to the closet and see it's open. Even if it's a gap. An opening is an opening. So before bed, I always make sure my closet door, no matter what room I'm in, is closed. One night I was home alone, due to my mother working overnight. I was tired, and I don't remember if I was calming away from my computer addiction to the internet. But I know all the lights are off, so I climbed into bed and started relaxing. Thinking it's going to be a good night, I start to slowly slumber till I hear something. Now, being in the project, you're going to hear a lot of things that go bump in the night. That'll sound spooky. Next door to my room was the room of 4 girls about a little younger than me. Not sure how much younger, but I never really interacted with them. I was an introvert, having never really had friends growing up, so it wasn't easy making new friends in this building, or in general, quite honestly. After a while, I heard something again, but I didn't turn much attention to anything. I sleep by the window. Noise from the outside, right? Night prowlers roaming? People walking around? Nope. I laid there unaware that my closet door had opened itself. That noise I heard was the door having opened itself with the turn of the knob. Want to know how I know? I looked and saw the door slightly ajar. I laid there thinking, did I miss the door? I don't think I did, but whatever, right? Wrong. The atmosphere changed once I realised the door. It was like it gave off a sense that I knew I caught it when I looked a second time to see if it was slightly opened a bit more than it first was. I'm thinking I'm overreacting, knowing that I was alone and I had a fear that the doors might have been messing with my head. How wrong I was. You could hear the door now, slightly open every few inches, every few minutes. I kept laying there, refusing to look, to see who or what it was in there that had had the kick out of doing this. I pulled my sheets up to my chin and laid there just trying to relax, to breathe, to think and maybe sleep. Suddenly, a tug on my sheet was felt. I ignored it. I tried my best to ignore it. I weirdly didn't cry because I was so used to them fussing with me, but nothing in the house was on, and I was hoping if I ignored it, it would leave me alone instead of reacting to it. Another tug on my sheet was felt. Ba-dump was all I heard from my chest as it kept still. I was afraid if I moved, I would see it, or if I moved, it would engulf me. I've been raised with horror movies, so I knew the results of idiots running from something like this. You couldn't run from something that possessed the house unless you left the house, and the exit door was a ways from my bedroom. Another tug on my sheet. Another strong ba-dump from my chest. I just kept still. I was now in complete fear. I didn't know what it wanted. I just knew it was there in the closet. The door was halfway open now. I could determine that with the peripheral vision I had of it. Another tug on my sheet. This time, I pulled my sheets again to my face, up to my lips, feeling it was just my imagination. Hoping it was just my imagination. But you can't imagine having the sheets from your chin and being tugged down to the collarbone when you're not moving at all. Another tug on my sheet. Another. And another. Every few minutes, just as it did with the opening of the closet door. Once my sheets reached my shoulders, I jumped up and walked out, putting on the bedroom light, the hallway light, the bathroom, the kitchen, the TV. I literally put on everything with light. I put it on the computer since it seemed I wasn't going to sleep. No longer feeling anything in the atmosphere, I walked with caution to the bedroom. My sheets were as I left them, but my closet door was wide open now. I closed it and just went to the living room to join my online friends till my mother had come back from work the next day. Once she came home, I turned off the computer and went to bed before she could even touch hers, because that meant I would be alone again. And sometimes when she's asleep, that doesn't stop them. My mother had just left for work not long ago. It was very early in the morning, and you hear her rustling as she tries to rush out as she gathers last-minute things. The last thing I hear is the door close and the locks on the door click-clop as she locks it before leaving to the staircase. Now at this time, I had hair down to my tailbone, so I was laying on my stomach with hair collected, on my shoulder and split to one side on the back of my neck. The majority of my arm is covered in a dark reddish-brown tone of strands. Again, I'm left alone in the house, so no one is there but little old me. I lay there like I screwed it. Nothing to do but be lazy, so I'm just thinking of what possibilities I can do to make my day better. But something was bothering me. In my upper peripheral vision, I see something moving, which means someone or something was at or in front of my window. Now, I live on the first floor, but it isn't ground level. There's an office below us, and then the first floor. So anything moving on my walls would be the sunlight and the shadow puppets of nature's tree branches. I stared at the wall in front of me, and nothing on that wall was moving. So why was the ball above my head having a shadow movement of any kind? I start to stare up with just my eyes instead of moving my head. I see a greyish shadow form. It wasn't too dark, but it was enough to hide the majority of the sunlight that was on the other wall. All this came from the same window perspective, so the light should be the same on all the walls. But the wall by my head grew more gloomy, as if something was hovering over me, but only that wall showed me. I tried to get off the bed, but I couldn't. Something was holding me down. Not clutched down, but as in a sheet of weight, like I was magnetized or glued to my bed. I looked to the wall as the only part of it, where it was over me, got grey dark. I started to breathe, to pant, almost as if I was ready to freak out. But then, something moved. As I'm paying attention to the wall at the head of my bed, something moved in my long hair. The bottom of my eye caught this movement and immediately looked to see if my hair had somewhat of a ball, the size of a fist in the middle of it. The ball of hair was about at the fold of my arm. Mind you, I'm laying on my stomach with my long hair resting on this arm as it laid limp in front of me. Now I'm thinking, what the fuck? Where did this come from? My mind is no longer on the shadowy figure at the head of my bed, but this thing was too far from my face, on my bed, in my hair. I tried to move again, and slowly the ball of hair that looked like it was attached to mine moved again, and I watched. My body couldn't move, and the most inanimate thing on my body had something moving in it. Then it turned. Oh God, it turned to look at me. It turned, and the ball of hair had a face, an uneven, twisted face of a baby. One eye was twitching as the pupil looked up, and the other eye watched me. It was attached to nothing. It was a fucking head of a baby. And it just twitched and tried to move its mouth, as if someone was beyond thirsty, having not drunk for days or hours. I felt myself breathing heavily now. The lungs were the only thing I could voluntarily move. My heart was racing, as I was getting more freaked out. Finally, I felt a release and got up, waving my hand through the air. Unable to scream, but just enough to keep breathing heavy pants of what the fuckery. I looked to see the shadow-like presence just disappear off my wall, like a translucent piece of cloth being pulled away. I looked down on my bed and saw no child's head, no ball of hair, nothing out of the ordinary. I got out of bed and just stared at it. If I had planned on going to sleep, yeah, that wasn't happening. I don't remember what I did that day, but I do know that it stuck in my head for a few days, and I started going to work with my mother, or going to a friend's home for the day, just to stay out of the house. So I've always said, I've seen them since I was 5 or 6. This will be my first time seeing them, and since then, they have stopped. So I used to live in a private house. It was a 3-family home, but it was shared with other families. I remember the home layout perfectly. When you're walking through the door, you have the bathroom in front of you and the kitchen to your right. To your left is the large living room and the bedroom after it. The bedroom was small, but it was enough for a small family. It was me, my dad, and my mom. We weren't far from stores, like 5 stores and 2 supermarkets. Father was at work doing security, or EMS. I don't remember too much of what he did. So it was me and Mother. She wanted to go to the market that day, and I was in the bedroom watching TV. We had a high-riser. I was sitting in the bottom one when my mother came into the room asking me if I wanted to go with her or stay home. Of course, I chose to stay home because I'm a kid and TV. So the usual mother-child rules of leaving their child alone in the house. No opening the door, do not leave the room, and just stay watching TV. Me and your father have the key. Mother leaves the house, and I faithfully stay to the TV after watching her get out of view to the end of the block. Now I turn and watch TV. Suddenly, the TV starts to become messed up, and I start messing with the bunny ears to realise it's not working. I change the channel, and it's all white noise. I hear something. My name. I'm thinking Mother is back, and I walk to the bedroom door. I look ahead, and no one is there. Mother has not come back, so there should be no one in the house. I stayed quiet, in case someone was at the door. Again, I'm in the bedroom, and you can see straight to the kitchen. I went back and stared at the TV that was no longer showing a picture, but just static that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. But I was a kid, so I wasn't sure how TVs worked. Again, I heard my name. I turned my head and looked to the bathroom door, staring at it. Hearing my name, I was rather shocked. It wasn't my mother's, and my dad wasn't home. Again, I heard my name and there were steps, but it wasn't what footsteps should sound like. It wasn't a pit-pad of flat feet. It was the sound of hooves, like a horse, but slowly with the caution as if aware. Donk was one step after my name was said. It wasn't a firm voice. It was more of a whispering call as if luring someone. I stand up and walk again, slowly this time, towards the bedroom door and look out. Looking straight ahead was the living room, the bathroom and the kitchen. You see half the fridge, as if it was there casting a shadow from the light that came in from the window. Donk, donk. The hoof noises happened again, and slowly the shadow of the fridge moved. I thought someone was in the driveway moving around until I saw the shadow form. There was no longer a shadow behind the fridge. It was next to the fridge, and there was a shadow image, kind of skinny. The upper body slightly arched forward. The head shaped like a triangle with a sharp chin and 2 long pointy things coming from the head. But it looked like a person just standing there, but not physically. But the bottom was where it got weird. The bottom was of 2 legs, but the legs weren't straight. They were arched back, like an animal's back legs. I didn't know what I was looking at, but I just stared at it. It stood still, but you could hear a horse slowly walking till it was starting to strut faster. My name whispered again as I stood in fear at the door for a split second, before running into the room and hid under the bed. I kept hearing the hooves get closer, as it was sounding like it was passing the bathroom and just going through the living room. My name was still being whispered along the house. I started crying, not sure what was going on, and suddenly, just like that, you heard the keys to the door unlocking it. The hoof stopped, the whispering died, and the TV was back to showing whatever show it was for that channel. When the door opened, I ran so fast and hugged the hell out of my mother. I cried so hard, and my mother thought someone did something to me, but I didn't know how to explain it. So I told her I was scared, and she said, "Well, I told you I was going to the supermarket, and you wanted to stay." That's all I could say to her, and I didn't understand crap. This was my first memory of what started, of my seeing and hearing of the paranormal. Years later, I had seen the depictions of how religions had seen the devil, and I saw it looked exactly like the image of the shadow that had first appeared itself to me. But by then, I had already seen so much, and admitting that you might have seen the devil at 6 years old wasn't really on my mind to tell anyone. But yes, my first paranormal experience was the shadow of the devil himself. So this happened about 9 years ago, on the roof of a housing project that I had been living in for about 20 years. The family still lives there, but I don't anymore. But the majority of the crazy paranormal I've encountered has happened in this apartment. My friends, whom I've grown to call my cousin and sister, have lived in these projects for the majority of our lives. Over the years of growing up, we've learned that we all have the ability to see the paranormal in different ways, but they've had more experiences with controlling and understanding what and how than I have. During the nice, warm and hot summers, we've had lots of fun on the roof of our building, looking down at the people, enjoying the view of the buildings and surrounding scenery of the greens. It's usually the 3 of us, sometimes more, but this time it was 4 of us. An ex-mutual friend we don't even talk to currently. Fault is all his. We were talking about things, days, experiences, what was needed to help us improve our abilities, as well as protect ourselves in case we let the wrong one in. During this time, we were trying to learn about meditations and how to. Before, we had used candles indoors in the dark, as we watched the light dance and flicker along the wax stick. But this time we were outside, and all we had was the light that was on the roof, since it was already a dark blue shade in the sky, and the faint, white, twinkling light of the stars as they barely sparkled enough to appreciate their attempt of showing their beauty to us. We enjoyed being on the roof at night. We enjoyed looking at the stars whenever it was possible to. Since being in the city, you can't really see a thing with the light pollution in place. Agreeing to start learning to meditate on other things besides candlelight, since it won't always be available to us when you don't always have a candle at hand. We learned that concentrating on things can also work just as well. So silence starts to come upon us as we stare at the light. Some close their eyes and focus, and I'm just watching the light. Now the staircase to the roof has a ladder to get on top, and another little stoop as well to get on. The ladder to climb that is on the other side of us, and right smack in the middle of it. So you have the floor of the roof we're standing on, the platform of the staircase you can get on, and the third smaller stoop you can also get on. The staircase has 2 openings, and the floor of the roof has tiny rocks, so you would hear the footsteps of anyone walking around. Especially there's another building attached to the corner of this building. Both doors are heavily and would make noises, so if anyone were to come on the roof, we would have known. As I'm staring at the light, I literally see someone perk out from behind the staircase. But they were halfway in between the top of the highest platform to the floor of the roof. But the problem is, there's no way physically possible for anyone to do that without being on the ladder. And the ladder was nowhere near the edge for someone to perk half their body out, as if they were a nosy neighbour trying to find out what we were doing on the roof. Another problem was this figure was a black figure. No facial features, no clothing, its whole body was all black. It was on that wall like a lizard. I stared at it for a few seconds, realising it was watching us, and how it was physically impossible for anyone to be there, in that position. Immediately, I turned away and walked off, telling them we have to go now, as I hurried past them, leaving them in utter confusion as to what just happened. Just as they were about halfway of following me to find out what just happened, my cousin stopped in his tracks and took a deep breath. And with that same breath, he told us we were being watched and something was following with us. With that said, we all walked a lot faster to the staircase and down the stairs. My sister lived on the 7th floor of the building, so we only went down 1 flight and jetted into her apartment, sitting immediately onto the sofa, with wide eyes wondering what had happened. My sister looked at me, since I was the first to be alert, and asked me immediately what had happened. And I asked her, "Did you hear anyone on the roof at all?" She said no. There was no one on the roof except us, or we would have heard the rocks upon contact with being stepped on. I stared at her and told her I saw a shadow person on the roof and he was watching us. He stuck half his body out to peek at what we were doing, and that's when I reacted silently, walking away, with hope it didn't know I saw it. With that, she turned to our cousin and asked him what he saw, and she said something was moving behind us, and he suddenly saw us four in his vision, as it was moving in, fast, like an animal following its prey. It wasn't anything vicious, but due to how I reacted and unsure what I saw, he wasn't sure whether what was following us was good or bad. It took us a while to go back up there to the roof to check anything, but nothing was there, and no evidence anyone was or had been around at all, besides us. We even went up the ladder, and nothing out of the ordinary. We even tried to reenact how I saw the figure, and there was no possible way of doing it. We stopped chilling at night on the roof for now, and just stood up during the day. Currently, the roof has been locked up by housing authorities, and an alarm has been set up due to druggies being up there asleep or using. I have been in on the roof for a long time, but no one is here anymore to enjoy the view, so I'm not missing much. We still talk and chat about our still ongoing experiences, where we currently are located, and still try to keep as much contact as possible. But I'll never forget the day of that shadow figure that perked itself out and watched us. I used to work in what is now considered a golf course in New York that has a restaurant type setting in what used to be a residence back in the mid to late 1800s. It was created here in 1852. The building is said to contain the stones from Whitby Abbey, a 13th century North Yorkshire, England ruin. It was private until 1921 when it became part of the country club. Now this was a seasonal job in a professional kitchen as a salad/dessert worker. I worked in the food industry for 11 years, but it was never this high end. The exterior is a gorgeous sight to behold, if you're into structure and especially history. The moment I laid eyes on it, I took out my phone and looked up the history. I get giddy doing this. I even did that to my first apartment. I like to learn new things. So this place looked like a mini castle. Mind you, it was a personal residence at one point that had 3 floors. Offices were on top, occasions and events were held on the second, and then there was the basement, where maintenance workers changed. They needed condiments and spare dishes. The basement, it just gave off an eerie feeling. Not at first. I wasn't paying attention to it at first, but as I got comfortable, the more relaxed I became, the more I felt it. After about a month, it started. You walk into the basement through the hidden stairs that's tucked to the side, hidden from view of the customers. The moment you touch that cold stone floor, you could feel eyes just watching you, and it was always coming from the opening of the side room, where the boiler was. It never passed that walkway. You couldn't see it, but you could feel it watching you come and go. Like a child on timeout in a corner, and waiting for their parents to tell them they can move again. I had to go to the basement to get my chef's smock in order to work. This was about 6 years ago, so I was old enough to know there was someone there, but also to know that ghosts were taboo or unbelieved by the majority of civilization. So I kept this to myself like a sad but dirty secret. One day, I was in the bathroom and a fellow chef came in. She was changing, and I heard her excusing herself if I were to see anything I shouldn't. But she was unable to change downstairs because she felt someone was watching her. From that room. From that specific boiler room. My head jerked a bit back hearing her, and once I stepped out the stall when I was done, I turned to stare at her to make sure she was being serious. She was. She said the exact same thing I felt. Someone was in the boiler room, silently watching us. I admitted I too had gotten that feeling when I went to the basement. I thought it was just me. It only confirmed that it wasn't, and I wasn't losing my mind. As I was washing my hands while she changed, I kept my head low to prevent any accidental glimpse. Though I explained to her it kind of made sense if you know the history of the place. She only told me what she knew, which everyone knew. The bricks were from an actual castle. With that, I confirmed, according to my research, that yes, they were from a castle from England. The castle was found in ruins, so the creator decided, why let the bricks go to waste, I guess. I wanted to say something, but my tongue was fighting my teeth to come out and say it, so I did. I explained that because of what might have happened within the walls of the castle when it was in its peak, one could only imagine what hell had been placed during the horrid times of kingdom reigns, tortures of prisoners, etc. Whatever part of the castle they took, they might have brought a friend with them in the process. Or only God knows what was buried here before they built the residence. But if that was the case, wouldn't it have been free to roam instead of being confined to one room? All I knew was we always tried our best to avoid the basement if necessary. Built in 1852, the building is said to contain stones from Whitby Abbey, a 13th century North Yorkshire, England ruin. Now, there's an area above the basement that is allowed for customers. That's the bathroom. When you get to that first level, there are 3 doors to that floor. Men's to the left, women's straight ahead, and to the right is what they made into a dressing or changing room for the main guests for events they host. Now, I don't pay much attention to any room except where it needs to be. 1, the bathroom, 2, main kitchen, 3, prep kitchen, and 4, basement where I get that eerie feeling. I didn't get any eerie feeling from any other room as I did in the basement, so it wasn't like the attention was needed for anywhere else. One day, I walked downstairs to the bathroom. I walked past the changing room and something caught my eye and a feeling came upon me. The room door was open, and when you walked past the door, you could see what looked like a 2 or 3-seater sofa next to a small bed table for the lamp. A bit deeper in was a makeup table with a mirror and a chair in front of it. I always see myself in that mirror when I walk by it, when the door was left open. But that day, the glimpse of an old woman sitting in the chair staring at herself in the mirror, her hands resting on the surface. I caught the white of her hair as it was up in a bun. She wore a dress that seemed a bit old, but it was long. The face I couldn't see. It was faceless, and her head was slightly hung, but she was in the room with the light off. Mind you, this was a quick 5-second catch of the eye. A 5-second catch that made me stop at the bathroom door, hand on the doorknob, asking myself, what the fuck did I just see? No customers were allowed in till a certain time, and no worker fitted that description I caught of her. I stared at the door and slowly let go of the bathroom knob so I could walk towards it. Because of course, you walk towards things that you know shouldn't be there. I would probably be the first idiot to die in a horror movie. I stand in front of the room door, the only other way out, and this time, the mirror is completely free. No one was in front of it but me. The chair was free and sitting under the respective table. No old woman. I read a bit more into the castle's residences after that. Her appearance seemed to be up to date to be from the castle's origins in England, so it had to be the residence of the castle after it was built. Turns out that room was the owner's mother or mother-in-law's bedroom. It was her favourite room. So this was just last night. I was on the phone with a friend, and I usually have my Switch on the TV, watching YouTube videos. Now, having it been idled for a while, the Switch turned off, and a few minutes after, the TV followed as well. Now, as I'm talking on the phone, I heard something and I looked at my TV, and my TV was literally shaking, like someone was wiggling it, not turning, but shaking. I'm staring at it and it just continued, as if someone was trying to get it to work. I'm staring. Are you serious? Now I'm completely quiet, and my friend on the phone was asking if I was okay, and I said, yeah, but dude, my TV is shaking on its own. At that moment, the TV came to a sudden stop, as if whoever was shaking it heard me. And out of the corner of my eye, as I was staring at the TV, a partial white figure walked out my bedroom. Me, being dumb, yelled out, "Oh, come on, you broke the first rule. I know there are some here in my apartment, and I have animals they play with. I've caught them on video playing with orbs. And when my animal stares behind me, all I say is, as long as you don't show yourself to me, we're fine. So my roommate of 7 years broke a rule. So I'm going to talk about my mid-year living in this apartment, because I find it hilarious. You see, I'm a very quiet introvert. I wake up, play games, watch movies, go to work, and come home to do it again. My home has tranquility and solitude, so all is calm, like the lakes where only the wind moves the water. Now, during this time, I was trying to help a friend get away from her horrible living situation with family. I've known her for a few years since college, so it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. I was just sick of hearing the BS she was put under because they felt, since they are family, they have a right to use and abuse her. I know what it's like, but her issues were a step up from what I went through. So after my fiancé at the time had left to go back to his home to help with his family, she came in a few months later. Might I add, before I finally got her in though, I helped her get a job in the same place I worked at, so she can have her own money. Before she got the job, I told her, if she stood with me, she could stay rent-free till she gets a job, and a month after that start, we can talk about payments. So I got her the job, and the first month she stayed rent-free. She bought whatever she wanted, and I made no objections. At this time, I had tons of cats, so we shared a room, while I had the other room with the cats locked in. She had nothing to sleep on but my bed, so we figured why not. I slept on the sofa. Now she liked to be entertained and wanted me to constantly entertain her, chat with her, etc. She has her own little TV with a PS4, and I have my big TV where my Xbox is set up. She liked a lot of chick flick movies, while I enjoyed horror. So when she felt something was great to her, she would force me to watch it. I would let her watch it on my big TV, but I wouldn't pay much attention to it, and that would annoy her. Within the first month, she has a ton of things, literally, get me angry, because she found how I acted hilarious, but she would always say, as long as you don't throw me out, you can do what you want to me. One time, I was growing more annoyed, and rather angry towards her, reminding myself, I'm helping her. I didn't want her to go back to what I was helping her stay away from, but the fact I was being disrespected just to intentionally get a rise out of me was going too far. When I get upset, my accent changes, and she finds this hilarious. I was born speaking English in a Spanish family, but I enjoy mimicking accents. But when I get upset, my accent rises from English to some New York Italian accent, and she stops when she starts hearing the Spanish accent, because that means she's hit the red zone of my anger, and that's when she backs off. The rising anger out of me started causing the flow in my apartment to feel different, almost like the pressure the moment you walk in. At the end of the first month, all I asked for was 20 to 40 bucks a week, starting her second month with me. She agreed till I realised she lied after 2 weeks and still no money. Talked about how she had no money after the phone and the weed and buying food. Being fed up, I was cooking something and she took out an 18-count carton of eggs. As she was about to put it on the counter, not fully on but halfway, I stared and said in my head, I hope that shit gets smacked out of your hand. At that moment, the egg smashed to the floor, and from the way it literally looked like someone smacked it out of her hand. I stared at this, and she jumped back and went to save the ones that didn't break. I didn't tell her anything, as I just felt it was her clumsiness. Over time, since that day, things, even at work, were being thrown out of her hand, or smacked out her hand, like spanking a child's hand, telling her not to make her drop it. She even told me that she was in the shower, and she felt someone watching her. All of a sudden, I heard her squeal and she came out quickly. I asked what was wrong and she said she felt something just push her in the tub. I sat there like, oh crap, What have I done? A lot of weird things have been happening around her since that day. At the end of the second month, I threw her out. She became too much and was too disrespectful, even at work. I became rather vulgar to her after a while before I threw her out. The day or two after I did so, I approached her at work and apologised for throwing her out, but she left me no choice. For a few months after, she went back to her mom's house when I threw her out. She told me that these weird things are still happening. I told her about my roommates after we were at work, and she held some tongs for tossing a salad, and they literally slapped her out her hand and slid across the floor. That day, I told her that my home has others, and from you pissing me off, you ruined their flow, and probably is making you pay for disrespecting me in my own home. In their home, after all I did for you. After a while, she no longer had those problems, but things were going downhill for her, because a friend was doing to her what she did to me. Although they didn't live with her, she was going above and beyond for them, only to be mistreated. After she came running to me many times about this, I got fed up, and when she said I'm sick of apologising to people when I didn't do anything. So I told her that she needs to get over it, because this is your karma for what you did to me. Not once did you ever apologise after all I did for you, and I did a lot. Any of your friends or family ever did for you, so what your friend is doing to you, you have done to me. So don't come to me crying. My home is sort of back to being a solitude. The energy is back to being tranquil. But I had to give up a lot after my emotional trauma. Now I've lived in my current, which is my first apartment, for 7 years. I was in my late 20s when I left my mum's apartment that had her own spooks. I'm not going to lie, I was scared. Not of the neighbourhood or the people, but not knowing what I was going to deal with alone. Every time I was left alone in my mother's house, I was always messed with by what or whoever was in there. Since I was 6, this has been happening to me, but this time I didn't have anyone to run to. I had my cats, and I felt they would protect me. I was paranoid at first, but after a while I was okay. Now as I got comfortable, figured, okay, quiet, silent, nothing is in this house to that stature to worry about. I have a 2-bedroom and one room was originally supposed to be an office or video game room, and the other the bedroom. I would lock my cats out of the bedroom so I can sleep on multiple occasions, and I make sure I close the door. One day, I woke up and I saw my door slowly open. I inhaled so hard and jumped up to see my cats waltzing in. This happened on several occasions, even when my fiancé at the time was there. He tries to say he probably didn't close the door right, but one day I saw his messenger open and he wrote to a friend telling them, I closed the door. There was no way in hell that door was even able to open on its own with just a small push. I sat there at night, just staring at the door. Now, I freaked out more because after we made the office into the cat's room and moved everything into one room, office stuff in the bedroom, we would close the cat's room and my bedroom, but yet we wake up every other day with both doors opened, and the cat's on us or waking by climbing us. One time, I was on my sofa in the bedroom because I had to throw out my bed. And I saw my closet door just shaking, like someone was in the closet moving around. But the cats were not anywhere in my bedroom, they were locked in their room. The mirror looked like a portal effect as the pressure of the movement was coming from the middle of the door. The door is open, and no one is there. I just stared at it. But by this time, I wasn't as terrified of it, but that's when I had accepted that I had others, and I video recorded a few times to catch the cats playing with the moving orbs. So I made the rule. As long as you don't show yourself, we're fine. I've been working in an industry for 11 years. 8 years at one location and 3 years at another. Now I'm not sure, since I go through a lot, whether or not it's the same one, or I just happen to be in the places where the unseen are. But then again, only the Lord knows what has been put in this ground before man put it above. Now this experience hasn't happened a lot since it's at work. I'm not as attentive since it's a fast-paced environment. Dealing with food orders and incompetent workers will do that to you. But there are times where I've been alone when it's slow. Others are on break or called out or told not to come in, etc. I'm on the line cleaning up, fixing a small order. Out of my peripheral vision, someone walked over towards my direction to walk past me, but they were never seen walking away. Mind you, I'm on the line where the food is. It's a straight path to the doorway, so there are no turns. I even witnessed this once or twice at the register. Again, there are no turns behind me or anything where this person can jump over and hide. It's always an old man in a white shirt. I don't get to see anything else because by the time I get to give any visual attention, he's already about to pass me. He comes out of nowhere like he took a sudden turn or something. What creeped me out more was when they or he walks past me. You can feel the gust of sudden wind of someone having walked by you at a fast pace, as if they were in a rush. So I'm looking forward, and he rushes behind me, and I see him approaching me from the right, but I never ever see him leave to my left. It's like he disappears right behind me. I don't usually ask anyone if they saw anything, or if they walked by, unless I knew for sure. I try not to look as crazy as I normally already look. I feel straitjackets don't suit me. Other than that, nothing out of the ordinary. Besides that, really happened in this location. Well, to me, anyway. So as much as I've had the elderly man sneak up behind me, in the second location though, this location had stuff happening. Not as often, but it still happens. I've worked in this location for 3 years since the other one closed for good. I've opened and closed this store, as I had the other store many times, sometimes the same day. But the closings? Sometimes they don't go off as easily when you're the last one out, and waiting for the manager to drive you home. Or waiting inside till the next bus arrives because it's freezing cold or suffocating hot. I'm a trainer, so I know how to close the majority of the store. Mainly the barista, line and register. That's really the main ones I close. Again, sometimes on the same day. Now in this location it's a bit different. I still have that person walking by me. Again, I keep this to myself. I'm not the same man though. That's a definite. At night when I'm alone, literally the only humans left are 2 or 3 and they're downstairs. You can see where the stairs are at. If anyone is there and fucking with you, no one is upstairs there with me. The soda machine sometimes goes on by itself. And I don't mean the humming noise a machine makes. I mean, you can hear someone pressing against the chosen soda and the noise it makes when it dispenses the sugary liquid. At first I thought it was the machine, and due to being pressed a million times a day, I'm pretty sure a button or 2 will wear out and malfunction here and there. Wishful thinking, I know. Now this has happened a few times. Not consecutively, so I just brush it off. Soda doesn't go all over the place. It's just those taps that allow the soda to go for like a split 2 to 3 seconds. But the part that confirmed my mind was right was when you hear a chair being moved. Again, I'm the only one on the floor. There's the last 1 or 2 downstairs and only 1 staircase that you cannot go past without being seen. No one is on the floor in the dining room at all. But you can hear a chair adjust, a movement. It comes from random spots in the dining room. You don't see them move since there are dozens of chairs, but you hear them. One day, I swear I saw someone rush, like a dark blur, go to the bathroom, and I thought it was the manager or worker that was left. But no one came upstairs. I figured maybe I wasn't paying attention and they came up. It could happen. since I'm not the brightest person there is. Suddenly, I see my manager coming from the staircase, whether by himself or with the second to last worker downstairs. Besides the old man, there's a shadow person that's in the location. It moves fast, so I'm not sure if that's why I can't see him, or if he's just featureless. Now, I thought it was just me, until one of the new employees had been there for a few weeks, and he was closing by himself. After a while, he sat me down as he waited for our rides or bus. He looked at me and was like, "So, how are you handling the new job so far?" "I need to ask you something." "Huh? Everything all good?" "Yeah, just the noises sometimes get to me." I was thinking, but keeping to myself about these things, not wanting to send the wrong messages. "Oh, these are just the machines, especially the ice machine. Sounds get tricky when you're alone." "It's not the machines, it's the chairs." Now, I'm watching him as he realized my hesitation to say something and look around. I felt him staring at me as it confirmed it wasn't just the machines. Then he said it. "There's an old man that walks around here. Who is he?" "No one to concern yourself with. You leave them alone. They leave you alone." "There's also something else here, but I see the old man here more." "Try not to pay mind to it. It will only make you paranoid at night. Although it might make you work faster into closing the store. I don't recommend giving it much thought." We both suddenly heard a chair move as the legs went across the floor for a split second. We felt like it was them saying we were listening. I'm used to it, but I still jump from time to time. We soon get up and stand by the door to the store waiting for our time before we had to leave. We left after a few months for a better job, and I stood there till my injury stopped me from working. But as I said, it was continuous there, but it still happened on a here and there basis. But I always heard about the chairs and the old man. Never looked into the history of the area, nor did I want to. So this happened a few years ago in my mother's apartment. Alone in the house, again. I'm not sure where anyone was or went to, and I was laying in bed. It was dark outside, so I wasn't sure what time of night it was. I would say maybe 8 to 11. I was asleep, dreaming of whatever it was I was dreaming. More than likely a weird dream, as all the other dreams were. For some reason, part of me decided to wake up, and as I opened my eyes, something didn't feel right. Now I know about sleep paralysis. I've been through this many times. Can't move, can't talk, not sure whether you're still asleep or awake. But this was completely different. The atmosphere didn't feel right. It felt heavy. I heard something, but I wasn't sure what it was since I was just waking up. So I figured either my mom came home or I dropped something. As I was trying to move to sit up, I felt a sudden grip. A tight grip, like a predator catching its prey. Now I'm thinking it's paralysis, but then I felt a heavy frame over me, like a body pressed against me, trying to hold me down. Suddenly, there was a pain in my stomach, like something was putting their knee in my stomach to keep me pinned. More pressure was put into my stomach as I was trying to move, to toss to the side and curl up. The pain was in one spot, not all over, just a spot where a knee would be. Suddenly, I'm hearing some breathing. I don't feel the air, but I can hear it. Then, I felt a hand on my face like someone grabbed my jaw and slowly made my head turn to its side. I'm laying there moving my arm slowly, but unable to fully function it. Then it happened. Whispers were heard in my ear, talking but at a fast pace I couldn't catch up to. But I heard certain words being said. This time, I felt actual breath in my ear. My body still felt heavy from whatever was on me, and my mobility was completely shot. All I could do was breathe and feel, and the pain was getting more intense. Within the whispers, all I could hear were demands. It was like listening to a spirit box. You could only hear certain words coming out of all the noise you were hearing. I don't remember all the words, but they were pills, take, bathroom. I'm not sure how long it went on since I was trying to figure out what, who, and why. I kept squirming on my bed as the whispering continued. Finally, I felt the heaviness disappear off me, and I flung up to sit up with a heavy pant and held my stomach, where I felt the pressure. I immediately rolled off the bed and looked at it, wondering what the hell just happened. The atmosphere was back to normal. There was no one else in the room, but something said look. When I looked, my closet door was slightly opened. In the mid to late 90s, my mother bought me a helium balloon that had Belle from Beauty and the Beast on both sides. It was rather big, about the size of a medium sofa cushion. It was a pretty balloon, and I loved it a lot. Over time, I was enjoying it here and there, till it was just still floating about the house. That's cool. Balloons do that and slowly fade away from the air. Fine. Cool. But I realized something. It would be in every room I was in, on its own. I didn't think much of it at first, so I'm just ignoring it, but after a while, I was catching it floating in my direction little by little. I was literally following me everywhere I went. It wasn't like a fast or quick pace, but at its own pace, it would follow me. I was in the living room, and it was just chilling in the corner, still in the air floating. Both of us just sitting there. Without thinking, I got up off the sofa and went towards my bedroom to look for something. Within a few minutes, I look up and see the balloon floating at my door as if waiting for me to invite it in. I watch like, what the fuck? Again, not thinking. Maybe the air and all. This went on for days, and it took very long for it to lose its air. Whenever I moved, it wasn't too far behind. I would be in the shower, and when I leave, the balloon is at the door like a dog waiting. The balloon was found in rooms that had no explanation on how it got there, when it was touching the ceiling and had, in no way possible, been able to pass the door frames without any help. One day, it was in my bedroom. Fine, whatever. No, not fine. I was in the living room just chilling, and suddenly, I saw it floating towards the living room in the hallway. It stopped at the entrance of the living room and floated towards a corner and just sat there. I'm alone, so how did I get out of my room to begin with? After that, I started being petrified of the balloon. I didn't go near it, and I avoided it like you would anyone on the streets. My mom wanted to release the air so the whole thing could be over with, but I didn't let her. I'm not sure why, honestly, but the balloon made me uncomfortable. Even when the air was half gone from it, it still floated around the house like a stepdad. That's when it made it easier to get into rooms, and I would have to close my damn door to prevent it from entering. The worst days were when I went to sleep and woke up in the morning with the balloon hovering over or by my bed. Finally, the damn thing died off, and I think my mom folded it up and either threw it away or put it away for a keepsake. No more birthday balloons, and if I do get them, I undo them at the end of the day. First encounter was with my stepfather at the time. My mother and my brother were living in a rented house of a suicide victim. Of course, they didn't tell my mom or my stepfather about it when they first rented, but the neighbours did tell us after a month of living there. So at first, everything is fine. Only an odd feeling about the garage and the dead forest behind the house. And when I say dead forest, I mean like a straight line of dead trees that just keep going for miles. But when you look to the left and to the right of the house, the rest of the forest was green and luscious. Anyways, my mum was working at nights, so we would be with her boyfriend from 8 PM to 5 AM. During the daylight, we kept seeing black shadows going by in the corner of our eyes. But you'd look, and nothing was there. Until me and my brother saw it on the floor, going up to the attic. But it wasn't really an attic, more like an empty space between the roof and the house. One night, everything was shaking, like as if there was a huge storm outside the windows. And the door was shaking, then the TV went static, and my brother was catatonic. I was faced with my stepfather looking at me with the creepiest smile I've ever seen. And he said to me that the banging I was hearing was monsters trying to get in, and that we would get eaten alive, and he just kept going, saying weird stuff to scare me, with the blackest of eyes, like his pupil was so huge, and he was another person telling the story about those monsters outside. I know I'm going to sound crazy, but at one point, I saw a wolf-like figure with red eyes at the door of the patio, transforming into a man, like black figure with yellowish eyes. I was so scared, I can't believe I didn't pass out or something. I kept looking back at my brother and calling his name, but he had no response, only dead staring at the static of the TV, looking like a total zombie. Meanwhile, the doors and windows were still shaking and banging. Then, after what felt like a real-life nightmare that I couldn't wake from, I remember I looked back at my stepfather and saw 3 white female figures standing behind him looking at me, with a smile that I can't explain. But it felt like they were saying to me, "You're safe and you're not alone." And I felt this courage overcome the fear, and then grabbed the arm of my stepfather and yelled at him to stop it now, looking straight into those black eyes, seeing the pupils shrinking back to normal in a matter of seconds, like whatever was in him was gone. And suddenly, I was face to face with a scared and panicked grown man that kept asking me what had happened. Seeing that I was in tears and my brother was white, looking dead on the couch. The TV went back to normal. No more banging. Everything had stopped suddenly. I asked him if we could leave the house for the night until my mum comes back. He then took the keys of the car, and we stayed in the car a couple of streets away from the house and waited for my mum to come back in the early morning. I was confused and mad at him. I didn't want to speak to him and told everything to my mom the next day, and the following week we were moving from that house and leaving him behind. Apparently, he had summoned a demon of his friend a couple of months prior to moving into that house, and he was having suicidal thoughts and losing parts of his days that he couldn't remember. He felt like he was going crazy, and with reasons was getting pretty scared. They even went to a priest anyway. That's the end of the story of my first encounter with the paranormal. When I was 10 years old, I was sleeping over at my friend's apartment in the same complex as me. It was a late summer night when I suddenly woke up not feeling so good for some reason. So I went to the window to breathe in some air, thinking it was probably a nightmare that I just couldn't remember, which was weird to me, because I always do. Anyways, my friends are dead asleep in the same room as me, as I'm at the window. First, I look around at the top of the trees in the sky. My eyes go down towards the street in front of me. Then I see a man all dressed in black, with a black ski mask that only showed his eyes staring right up at our window, staring at me. He wasn't moving a finger, just standing there looking at me. I wake up my friends, telling them to look down at the street, which they immediately did, but now I had my friends looking back at me like I was crazy, saying to me that they couldn't see anything, that there was no one. Mind you, at this point, I'm just crying hysterically, telling them that he's right there in front of them, but they couldn't see him. They eventually went and woke the 17-year-old so that she could come and try to calm me down. And I did after a while. Went back to sleep. That was the end of it. I never saw anything else after that. Something bizarre is happening to me on my commute home from work lately. I don't know how to explain it, other than that it is seemingly taking longer than usual to get home. I've worked the same job and location for the past 6 years. The only more recent change in my routine is a switch from third to second shift, so now I'm leaving work at midnight instead of arriving. My commute is just shy of an hour usually, and largely on back roads. I don't encounter many other cars, and if anything, the drive should be shorter now due to decreased traffic at this hour. However, for the past couple of weeks, I've been arriving home sometimes up to 40 plus minutes later than I should. I can't quite pinpoint the cause, But last night I noticed an odd sensation, about 3/4 through my commute, after I'm back in my hometown, but still on some pretty remote roads. Just long stretches of wooded back road that basically all look the same. It was very dark, and I was easing to a stop at an intersection when all the noise seemed to drop out. The engine, the radio that was on fairly low, and any ambient noise around me. As if someone was turning down the volume knob on life. It seemed like it was happening for an extended amount of time, or my reaction to the situation took much longer than it should. But I finally made the turn onto the next road, and the sensation vanished. I was so weirded out by the whole thing, I failed to check the time, which I'm kicking myself for now. I arrived home almost 20 minutes late. I have wondered if it was possibly falling asleep, but I'm always very alert when driving, and am awake for a few hours after arriving home most days. Also, I recall the strange sensation feeling vaguely familiar, but maybe that's just the memory of it playing tricks on me. I feel like something is happening on these roads in the early morning hours. I'm beginning to dread my commute now. Has anyone experienced anything like this? So I experienced this a couple of times a week, and I'm wondering if anyone has had some similar experiences. Right when I'm about to drift off to sleep, I hear really loud talking from numerous voices. The voices are never my own, and they're always overlapping each other. I hear parts of conversations, whispers, yelling, screaming, laughing, and even people speaking in different languages. I always have the sensation that I'm surrounded by people, and then I suddenly snap awake again. Other times, I visualize colourful shrinking and expanding pictures or objects in my mind before I go into a deep sleep. They always change size rapidly and make weird noises as they change. I can feel as if I'm tasting the colours of the objects and can feel their emotions. This has happened when I was awake a few times too. Like when I'm in a stressful situation where I dissociate and I visualize things around me changing. A lot of the time, it's a person that I'm talking to. For as long as I remember, I've had this happen in some form. Not sure if I experienced this as a child, but I do remember it as a teenager. The expanding and shrinking thing doesn't happen as often anymore, but the voices do on occasion. I want to know why this happens. Just to preface, about 3 years ago is when I had this paranormal experience. It happened in July 2016. I'm a night owl, and I've always had a hard time going to bed at a reasonable hour, since childhood. Especially during this period of my life, I was nearing the end of a very bad time in my life, where I was hospitalized a year prior due to mental health issues. Because I had no job at the time, I often stayed up as late as I liked and worked on projects, sometimes until dawn. I liked the comfort the night brought me and the quietness of it all. I really enjoyed being the only one awake, and never once considered that it could be scary. I was used to it. At this time, I wasn't sure about the paranormal, and it was something I never thought about much. I wouldn't say I didn't believe in it entirely, but I was very skeptical. So I still lived with my parents. My mom often got up during the night to check on me. Even though it always annoyed me a bit, I understand she was just worried about me. She would tell me that it's late and I need to sleep. She slowly stopped doing it after a while because she realised there was no point and I went to bed when I wanted to. I was also doing a lot better at this point mentally and was much more stable, and I was starting a new job the next week. So back to that night. It was around 3:30 AM and I was awake in my room drawing and watching Netflix. I had my door shut and it was just about to turn the lights off to go to sleep. I figured I should at least try to lay down and sleep, even though I wasn't tired. As I was putting my coloured pencils away and turning off Netflix, I heard something knock on my door really loudly, 3 times. And it sounded like something was scratching the door along with it. Expecting it to be my mom asking me while I was still up, I replied, "Yeah." Then no one answered. Then I heard 3 loud knocks and scratching noises again. The scratching sounded like someone's nails running down from the top of the door. I said, "Yeah, what is it? What do you want?" No one answered again. So I started thinking that whoever was knocking on my door was trying to scare me. It didn't make any sense. Why would my family be trying to scare me? They had all been passed out for hours. I'm not the type of do something like that at 3 in the morning. Then it happened again. This time I was like, "Hello? Hello?" Silence again. I even for a split second thought that maybe it was my dog trying to get in my room, but I just as quickly debunked that idea. My dog couldn't get upstairs where the bedrooms are because he had a locked, heavy-duty gate that blocked the top of the stairs. He was a little dog too and can't get over it. The knocking and scratching was so deliberate and with such force that there was no way it was my dog. It rattled my door as it happened. It was always done in the same pattern as the knock before, just like a person would do. Then it happened one last time. I didn't say anything this time. I suddenly realized how bizarre this was and had an intense feeling of fear wash over me. I was too scared to open my door to check and see if anything was there, and I felt like if I did, something would harm me. My instinct told me that I would be inviting whatever this thing was into my room if I did. I sat on my bed for about 15 minutes, staring at the door in pure shock. I finally had the courage to get up and turn off the lights, but I kept my lamp on that still lit up the whole room. There was no way I was sleeping in the dark. I texted my boyfriend 30 minutes after the incident, telling him what just happened. He works early in the morning, so he responded right away, telling me not to investigate any further and try to sleep. I barely slept any after what happened, so I was one of the first people up in the morning. I told everyone what happened and no one took me seriously. They said I must have imagined it because I was really tired or something. I was wide awake and lucid. I asked everyone if they knocked on my door and none of them did. I thought for sure someone at least heard it too, because the seemingly demonic scratching and knocking was loud as hell. They said no. I knew they weren't lying, and my dog was still downstairs where we left him the night before. This freaked me out. A lot. I couldn't stop thinking about it because I couldn't explain it. I tried thinking of a rational explanation, but came up with nothing. After this is when I started to become very interested in the paranormal. So there's an infamous apparition that appears at the head of the trail. It usually happens around sunset. Many have reported seeing a man wearing 70s clothing at the top of the cliff staring down at you. Then he runs at an impossible angle down the cliff with a smile on his face, and just as he's about to hit the trail, he vanishes in thin air. It's been seen for decades and many police calls have been made because of it. Law enforcement is aware of this phenomenon and are told to ignore it. Many believed it was a real person. There's also a mine that collapsed up there, killing many. Lots of rock climbers have fallen to their death. There have been black magic rituals there. Many hikers and people have gone missing, and also, Ted Bundy killed someone up there as well. The Battle of Fort Utah took place there. Many natives and Mormon settlers were slaughtered. Not to mention, it's known for Bigfoot sightings and other weird shape-shifting. The canyon is full of spirits and activity. You're bound to at least experience something, even if you just get a mild sense of being watched or the creeps. I've hiked up there many times before I even knew it was haunted, just because it's one of the most beautiful canyons in Utah County. Every time I went, I would feel very paranoid once I got deep into the canyon. One of these times I was with two friends and their two dogs. We had made it pretty far and had been hiking for hours at this point. The sun was setting, and we decided to take a water break. As soon as we stopped, we heard loud whooshing and banging noises coming from the left of the trail and the trees. My friend's dogs immediately bolted down the trail with the hair standing up on their backs. The sound was not like anything we'd heard before. We thought it could be an animal, maybe it was, but I don't know what kind of animal could make that noise. I can't describe it, but I still remember exactly how it sounded. The closest thing I can think of is the sound as a very large drum. I felt a strong urge to get the fuck out of there, and so did everyone else. Needless to say, we didn't finish the hike that day. After that experience, we did some research on the canyon and found out about the hauntings. This triggered a curiosity to explore. So I rounded up the gang of ghost hunters and we decided to go on a Friday. We decided to go at sunset. We packed lots of ghost hunting gear and set off preparing to hike in the dark. We have a ghost device that has always been accurate in our investigations that we used throughout this whole experience. It has an EMF detector and radar. Its most useful device is the one where it repeats words off the EVP and shows it spelled out on the screen. So as soon as we were 5 minutes up the trail, we all collectively agreed that we all felt more energy from the left side of the canyon. So we decided to take the left fork when we went to it. One of the first things the device said was 3. It repeated it many times throughout the hike. We assumed it was answering our question about how many spirits were there at first. The device detected many energy points on the radar as soon as the sun went down. We heard chains, humming, whistling and clanking noises throughout our whole hike. It always came from the left side of the canyon. It seemed to be following us. We finally arrived at one of the mining caves on the trail. We put the flashlight on the mouth of the cave and noticed this particular cave is kind of sunk halfway into the ground. So you basically have to crawl into a hole that goes underground. It's a very tight squeeze and barely one person can go at a time. One of our group members, Brian, decided he was going to try to look down there for a second. We all had a very bad feeling about it and protested against it. He insisted he was just going down for a second. The radar was going off. It was showing a lot of strong activity coming from the cave direction. Brian kneeled down and started to climb in. As soon as he got one leg in the hole of the cave, the device immediately said leg. We told Brian to stop and step away. He finally listened. We decided to stop and record an EVP session at the mouth of the cave. We were hearing the same distant voices, clanking and whistling as we did before, but this time a little louder. We set the voice recorder on the ground and started asking questions. We weren't getting much response, but the noises continued. We were huddled around the voice recorder when I heard whispering right behind my head. It felt like someone was breathing down my neck. Everyone heard it and decided to end the recording. We all contemplated turning around and leaving, but Jenny and Brian insisted on going further. We decided, since we made it this far, we might as well keep going. We hadn't seen anyone else on the trail in hours, when we finally saw some BYU college students hiking back down as they passed us. As soon as they were approaching us, the activity on the radar and device disappeared instantly. It was almost like the spirits didn't want them to know they were there. So we passed all these different bridges labelled with a number. Every bridge we passed, the activity and energy increased, as did the noises. One of my friends in the group, Jenny, had some psychic abilities, and she's seen spirits ever since she flatlined in a hospital years ago. She's always been good at steering us in the right direction. She seemed to know things before they happen. She mentioned to us that there were spirit guides with us protecting us the whole time and was possibly warning us of something. I didn't think much of it at first. Then we passed bridge number 3. As soon as we did, the temperature dropped 10 degrees. It was a hot summer night and we were sweating the entire hike. Then we were all putting on our jackets. There was also immediately a very bad, pungent rotting smell and the sound of water, even though we were by a dry riverbed. We got to the part of the trail where the path narrows and it goes into a thick forested area. It was dark the whole trip, but we could see some without the flashlights because of the moon. But this area has thick trees blocking the moonlight, and you could barely see 15 feet in front of you, even with a flashlight. Everything inside me was telling me not to keep walking. My friend Kayla agreed. We stopped for a minute to talk, and everyone was huddled in a circle, except Jenny. She was looking in the distance up the riverbed. We were thinking about turning around because we began to all feel very unsafe and a sense of doom. As we were talking about leaving, the device said go. big. As soon as we heard that, we booked it down the trail. My heart felt like it was going to fall out of my chest. We were running as fast as we could. It felt like someone was chasing us. Finally, after passing all the bridges, we finally slowed down because we were out of breath. We all sighed a breath of relief because we felt safer as soon as we crossed Bridge 1 again. We were all laughing about what happened and were making jokes to lighten the mood. Jenny then told us sternly to not let our guard down. She said we still had a way to go. She told Brian to shine a light behind us the rest of the way because we were being followed. We were hoping the light would push back whatever was there. We were walking back for maybe 10 minutes when suddenly my friend Kayla began seizing and shaking. Her entire right side of her body was moving uncontrollably. She was using her left arm to try to stop her right arm from spasming. She was hyperventilating, and Jenny put her arms around her as we stopped to let her calm down. We heard humming all around us. Eventually, she went back to normal, but was still in complete shock. We were walking as fast as we could down that trail. Then, the device said protect, and the radar showed a circle around us, forming with all these dots of energy. It was super cool. We felt safe for a while. Then 30 minutes later, we started hearing loud noises. Jenny told us all to just ignore them and think of something positive. She told me to picture a cute little bunny with brown eyes instead. We all joked about it. Then 3 minutes later, something was rustling in the bushes and then jumps out a bunny with brown eyes in the center of the trail. As soon as it hit the ground, the device said intruder. I didn't think about this coincidence until we reached the bottom. I do recall us thinking it was weird because it looked like a domesticated rabbit in the woods. Kayla was still not doing well and was feeling sick and weak. We made it to the end of the trail and decided to do a protective ritual after the device said protect again. Before we turned off the device, we were talking about what could have attacked Kayla when the device said monster. We ended our session and decided to take Kayla home and make sure she was safe, as she was still very shaken up. I talked to Jenny the next day and asked her what she was looking at when we were all huddled in a circle talking at the riverbed. She said she saw 4 spirits. 2 were benign, 1 was evil, and 1 was something she never felt before. She saw something attack Kayla when she started seizing. She believes it was the last one. Jenny and Brian also brought up the weird connection to the bunny. I never thought about it that way. They believed it to be a shapeshifter and possibly the unexplainable entity that attacked Kayla. Kayla still had many problems afterwards, and we eventually put a spell on her house to protect her, and the issues finally subsided. The reason I'm retelling this story is because I finally watched the movie The Witch on Netflix after many people told me it was good. It's been more than a year since that experience, but when I watched the movie, there was a shape-shifting rabbit in it. It made me do a little more research on what happened that night, and I came across many sources claiming this is a phenomenon that happens everywhere. Apparently, there's a shapeshifter known to take the form of a rabbit called Puka. Native Americans are aware of this kind of shapeshifter and believe it to have a connection to the underworld. Many believe that one of the other forms it takes is a beautiful young woman that walks through the woods. Prior to this incident, I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal, so this is one of the reasons why I never truly spoke of what I went through at the time. Being in denial was easier than me trying to understand something that I couldn't rationally grasp. It all started with me moving in with 2 other girls in a dormitory in the capital of my country. This dorm was exclusively for female students, and it has 3 major blocks. It's owned by the Ministry of Higher Education, and is considered public housing facility for people who do not want or cannot afford to private rent apartments or housing. We were given at random a room in the lowest block of the building, Block C. The room we were given was numbers 903, and it was the room before the last in the order of the rooms in the block. At the beginning, None of us were suspicious of anything, although we did notice the shape of a visible handprint on the front door of the room. The handprint looked tiny, like that of a small child. We didn't give it much thought, and we concluded that it must have been left from a previous paint coating of the door. That was only the beginning of it all. As time went by and the school year rolled in, each of us started to notice little strange things happening around the room. It was small things like putting stuff in a certain place and finding it somewhere else. For so long, we kept thinking that we were just being forgetful and were not paying as much attention as we should due to school stress, exams and the such. However, that changed for me when I started to experience things differently. The first true incident that made me start to question everything was when I was in the shower. The room had a tiny shower, a small toilet and a kitchen sink attached to it. Between the main and the bigger part of the room and the shower was a door. The door has a latch on that you can turn left or right to lock and unlock. I was by myself that day. Both of my roommates were out. It was close to mid-afternoon. I came back from college and wanted to take a shower before taking a nap. I gathered towels and shampoo and made sure to close the windows. Then I went into the shower, leaving the door unlocked and wide open. I was alone, so I didn't feel the need to lock or close the shower's door. I started up the shower's head, and I started opening the shampoo bottle when suddenly, and out of nowhere, the door to the shower shut so violently that the whole room actually shook. I heard the moment the latch on the door turned right to lock me in. I was so startled that I almost hit my head on the floor of the shower. I shouted out because I thought it was one of my roommates coming home early for sure, and not realising I was in there. I kept calling for the girls and telling them to unlock the door, and that it wasn't funny. The door wouldn't budge, and the lock remained firmly on. At some point, I started to get seriously uneasy because if no one was going to open the lock from the other side, I essentially was trapped in the shower. I kept banging on the door until my neighbour in the next room heard me. She came around and talked to me through the wall of her shower. The shower and toilets were built in a way that they aligned with those of the adjacent rooms. She asked me if I was alright, and I told her I wasn't, and that I was locked in and I needed to get out. She called the head of the dorm and they brought a spare key to open up my room and unlock the shower's door so I could be let out. I was literally shaking, and the dorm's head kept asking if I needed medical care. They gently laid me on my bed, and within all that commotion, it occurred to me that the room was empty and none of my roommates were there. I was so traumatized that I didn't even want to entertain the thought of what actually happened. I've always been terrified of small spaces, and being forcefully locked into one almost causes me to lose consciousness. When the girls came home after sunset, they were so concerned for me, and they swore up and down that they haven't returned to dorms until that very moment. As I calmed down, I started to go back in my mind, checking over things, like the fact that the front door to the room was locked, and that I actually closed the windows as well before getting into the shower to not get a cold. I was losing my mind going back and forth over what happened thousands of times in my head. I heard the door slam shut, and I heard the lock torn. I did not imagine those things. Then how the fuck did I get locked in if no one else was on the other side of the door? It's after that when things started to get creepy and way too uncomfortable for me. After the whole thing, I sat down with my roommates and I told them what I went through. I told them to tell me if I was going insane or if something was wrong with me. At that moment, they opened up to me about weird stuff that they've also been experiencing. One of them spoke of how she was repeatedly feeling the sensation of a cold breath over her neck while she slept or napped. She told us that she was losing sleep because of it, but was too scared to mention it. The other spoke of voices she would hear at random times, and shadows dancing on the walls during both day and light time. We tried to rationalize what we were experiencing, but it didn't reassure us in any way or form. We started staying out as long as we could, just so that we spend as little time in the room as possible. I even stayed at a friend's apartment a couple nights because I couldn't stomach sleeping in that room again. Things did not get any better. In fact, it got worse after that. This is me recalling the most terrifying night of my life. We were all asleep in the room when I suddenly woke up. I had no pressing need to pee, I wasn't hungry or thirsty. I was just startled awake for no immediate reason. It was around 1 a.m. because I do remember checking my phone. Moonlight was strong and it was a bright night. I laid my head back on the pillow, eyes still open, trying to relax back to sleep, when I noticed something was moving on the wall. At first I thought it was a shadow of something in the room or on the balcony, but it wasn't. It was a shadow of a human child holding something in its hand. It kept moving back up and down the wall like it was running or playing around. I legitimately froze. I instantly tried to block my breathing. My heart was beating like crazy that I could hear it drumming frantically in my ears. It was like my entire body was suddenly made of wood. I swear I've never felt more scared or anxious in my life before. It's the weirdest feeling ever, and no words can properly describe it. All I could think of was, I'm going crazy. There's no way I'm seeing what I'm seeing. I'm totally still asleep and dreaming. Gonna wake up soon now. Just a dream to me. Just a dream. The shadow stopped suddenly and turned in my direction. In a perfectly crystal clear voice, a giggling young girl spoke up to me saying, "Come play with me." I almost had a heart attack at that moment. I don't know how I did it, but I sprang up from the bed like a crazy person and started to violently shake my roommates awake. I told them that I'm not going to stay in this room for a moment longer, and that I didn't care even if I had to sleep on a mattress on the hallway outside. They were confused and worried, half awake. I didn't care to linger. I just gathered my pillow and blanket and left. I went to a friend in another room in the building and spent the night with them. Next morning, I skipped class and went to the dorm's head and told her to find me an open spot in another room and that I didn't care what block and with whom. That day, I went back to the cursed room, packed all my stuff and moved in with one of my roommates to a different room in the furthest block possible. The other roommates told me that she couldn't leave because there weren't enough empty spots for other rooms and that she's fine with staying. I told her to knock herself out, but I'm never stepping a foot in that room ever again. And yes, I never went back there. The following year, I rented a house with the same roommate that left with me that day, and we never spoke again of the shit that happened in that dorm ever again. Back in 2009, me, my mum and my stepdad moved into a really old, rustal, rural cottage in England. My father had passed away not too long before, and this was going to be a new start for all of us. The house was an absolute bargain. It had 6 bedrooms, 2 very spacious living rooms, and a huge annex at the back that was essentially a second house. We couldn't work out why it was so cheap. We went for the viewing, and the family eventually told us that their elderly mother had passed away there peacefully in the annex, and they just needed to get away from the feeling of her. We weren't put off, and we bought the house. From the off, it was unsettling. My parents didn't see it at first, but I was incredibly uncomfortable there. It was extremely unnerving and cold, and not to mention, it was isolated behind rows of trees and a very long driveway, so far away from anyone else. It started on the first night. My room was at the end of the corridor, and if you came out of my room, on the right was a bathroom and a locked door that led to the annex. My parents slept a long way down the corridor in the last bedrooms, so I was quite isolated, and directly opposite me were the stairs. The first night, it was freakishly cold. I pulled my blankets up to my head, but after my dad passed away, I had suffered from insomnia for years. So the cold and the anxieties of moving to a new house all added together with this into zero sleep. So I ended up laying awake for hours just sort of staring around the room. My bedroom door was one of those old and mismatched wooden country house doors. It didn't quite reach the carpets, and after a few hours, I could hear the creaking of floorboards directly outside my room, and shadows that seemed even darker than the darkness of the hallway walking past my door. I presumed one of my parents had gotten up to use the bathroom at first, but this went on, back and forth for several minutes. And it was fast, a very brisk walk. And not to mention, next to my door was the locked door to the annex. Anybody walking at that speed would have hit the door, but nothing. It freaked me out and had me dreading the next night. This kept happening, every night for a few weeks, and I remember vividly one night I actually left my bedroom door open. Around the same time, I heard the creaking. I turned around, and unmistakably, there was a figure, blacker than black, walking forward and backwards in front of the door, just visible in the darkness of the hallway. I couldn't take my eyes off it the entire time it was there. It's safe to say, I never slept with the door open again after that night. But this is where things start to get properly creepy. I've been terrified of this shadow for weeks now. There was a really horrible feeling I had around it, like it was after me. And one night, as I was going downstairs for dinner, I had the same cold feeling. And for just a second, I froze in place in the dark hallway and looked to my right towards the annex door. And there, sure as anything, and without my sleepy eyes to blame it on, I saw the same black shadow walking directly at me at high speed. I ran downstairs as quickly as I could and told my parents everything. They mostly laughed it off and didn't believe me, and tried to reassure me that ghosts aren't real, and there was no chance of anything about this old lady still being in the house. Now, a bit of backstory. This old lady was terrified of the previous owner's family dog. So much so that they had installed a pulley system in the house so she could pull a cord from her bedroom that would trigger an old bell to ring in the kitchen if she wanted anything. The whole system was still there when we moved in, and this night, I was awoken at around 2:30 AM by this bell in the kitchen ringing. Loud, and on repeat. Like it was being pulled firmly and constantly. I ran out into the corridor, and my parents were there too, equally as confused and concerned as I was. We all looked at each other with ever-increasing worry, and ran downstairs into the kitchen to see what was going on. As soon as we entered the kitchen, it stopped. We ventured up into the annex to see what could have caused this, but nothing. No sign of anyone. And my God, I hated it there. It was even colder and more lifeless than the main part of the house, and I just felt like I needed to leave as soon as I could. My parents didn't quite believe that this was a ghost yet, but they were clearly less skeptical than before. For here, any activity became much more obvious. We started to hear knocking from the annex door next to my bedroom. Noises from downstairs that sounded like someone was down there moving. Sometimes my fish tank light would flick on and off with an audible click and wake me up. And I would often wake up to my wardrobe doors being wide open, with no breeze in sight. One night, I was sitting reading alone in my room, and one of these wardrobe doors opened by itself wide and with relative force. I got up cautiously, closed it, and ran downstairs to see my parents. When I came up around 15 minutes later, every single cupboard door, around a dozen of them, was open as wide as they could go. Lots more went on too. Taps turning themselves on became a particularly regular occurrence. And one night, I awoke to the sound of my cupboard door opening again, and saw droplets of water running from the bathroom next to the annex door, all the way to a few feet from my bed, with no droplets out again. I was terrified. It was around 6 months after all of this started that we eventually moved out. My grandma had begun to grow unwell and couldn't care for herself anymore, and she moved in with us. From the beginning, she hated the house. My grandma was so incredibly sweet and calm, and I've never seen her distressed like she was there. And one night in particular, when I was sitting downstairs in the kitchen with her, she took my hand, pointed directly towards the annex and said, "Don't you go in there. I don't like it here." It's safe to say this scared the crap out of me. On the last night we all spent together in that house, I was awoken by my mum screaming. Clear as day, she said she felt two hands firmly grab her ankles over the bed sheets and pull her down the bed just a few inches. And right there and then, she asked to leave. We went to stay in our old house for a while, but because of the size of my stepdad, the biggest skeptic among us, stayed in Lilac College for a few more months. He's still quiet to this day about that house. He hates talking about it. But even he admits that there was something incredibly wrong there. And without much warning, he put the house up for sale, selling it so desperately that he lost almost a quarter of the price he paid for it. He's never told us why. I've promised myself that one day I'll reach out to the current owners of that house and see if they've also experienced anything. I have a few experiences that I can write about, but it's only minor little things. The story you're about to hear is by far the most scared I've ever been. My 5 months of torment. Before I start this story, I'd like to just explain a few things. Since my nan's deaths and the hardships I faced growing up, I've always felt my nan with me. From about 18 to 19 onwards to the present day, she's helped me in little bits here and there. Because of her being with me, I feel sensitive to other spirits around me. I'm not saying I'm a medium and should be most haunted, but I do sense a lot of things. I don't see spirits in general, but I see them through my mind's eye. It's like a visual representation of what my eyes don't see. If I mention the mind's eye through anything I've written, you will understand where it comes from. At the age of 23, I moved out of my nan's house. It was a very sad but happy moment for me. I was finally getting on with my life, moving forward. As my life changed, so did my 5-year relationship with my partner, which ended. The house I moved to was a decent size. You couldn't tell by looking at it from the outside, though. It was longer than it was wide. From the door, the hallway leads up to the bottom of the stairs with 2 doors on the left-hand side. The door closest to the front door leads to a small front room, and the second door leads to a bigger middle room, which was an open plan combined with a small kitchen. There were 2 doors in the kitchen. The one on the left led to the garden, and the one on the right led to the bathroom. It had 3 bedrooms, and the only toilet was in the bathroom. The first day I moved in was amazing. I never felt better. While John, the homeowner, was out, I decided I'd wash all the new cutlery and plates in the sink. While doing so, I heard footsteps from the hallway. I froze for a split second to take in what I heard, and the footsteps carried on about halfway up the stairs and stopped. I could feel the hairs on my body stand on end. I felt this sudden feeling of dread, and it was really uncomfortable. I shouted, "John," with no answer. I knew there couldn't be an answer. After all, nobody came in through the front door. Nonetheless, I checked all 3 bedrooms. Nothing. The house was silent, and I still had this feeling of dread. I carried on with the washing up, trying to forget about it, and about half an hour later, John came home. Everything was okay for a while. I had feelings of dread every now and again, but it was tolerable. Nowhere near as much as when I heard the footsteps. Say 2 months down the line, when the dark nights were drawing in, I was lying on my bed with my new partner. She was due to go home in about 15 minutes, as her dad was picking her up. She had work the next day, and it was quicker for her to get to work from her house rather than from mine. She used to stay over during the weekends or when our days off matched. Anyways, we were lying in my bed. She looked up and suddenly started shaking. Frozen stiff, but shaking, staring fixated at the ceiling. When I asked her what was wrong, as it was scaring me a little, she said she saw some kind of smoke appear in the corner of the ceiling, and then a face appeared through the ceiling staring at her for a few seconds before vanishing. She was as white as a sheet. That same feeling of dread came over me, like when I heard the footsteps, and it worried me. This feeling of dread seemed more intense. We both decided to go downstairs and wait for her dad in the front room. While there, she just sat quietly until the sound of her dad's horn was heard. While alone, I closed the front room door and sat with the TV on. John came home about 10 minutes later, and those 10 minutes in the house alone were very tense for me and felt like hours. Thankfully, John being back took my mind off what had happened. I didn't mention anything to him at this point. It wasn't long after that I started to sense something around the house during my days off. I couldn't put my finger on what it was at first, but after about half a day, I picked up feelings of sadness and loneliness. A million miles away from the feeling of dread I usually got, which was a breath of fresh air. On a weekend off from work, I came downstairs to have some breakfast, and through my mind's eye on the floor opposite to where I was, I saw a small, long bench with a young child sitting in the middle, crying with his hands clenched, rubbing his eyes. Then it came to me. This was the feeling of sadness and loneliness I was having. He looked about 4 or 5 years old. That was the start of it all. Every time after that I'd sense him running around the house, standing or sitting down by me when I was playing my Xbox 360, standing by me watching TV, looking at the food I was eating, and just generally following me around the house. I even got so used to it that I turned CBeebies on in front of him on occasion while I cleaned up or played on the 360 downstairs. The feeling of dread was still looming around the house, but again, it was tolerable. It was faint. I kept that I could sense this little boy to myself. That was until my partner saw this little figure run past my door and then run into my room as if running at her, which made her jolt as if bracing for the impact. That's when I told her that I could sense him around. Before, she could tell me how he looked. I quickly asked her if I could tell her instead. Just so what I was seeing in my mind's eye was right and I wasn't going mad. I've done a lot over the years and I've been right every time. This little boy was wearing dirty black shoes, grey knee-length socks that were down by his ankles in a way that looked scruffy, a pair of dirty black shorts, a grey t-shirt and a grey scruffy cap, and that the boy was very thin. My partner confirmed all of this with a startling stare and added that she felt sorry for him. She asked me if I'd seen anything else in the house. I told her I hadn't, but I get this feeling of dread through the whole of the house. She went quiet for a few seconds and then mentioned that she was around on the second night of me living there. She'd gone for a cigarette by the open kitchen door, which led to the garden. After about a minute, she felt someone grab her shoulder, but when she turned, there was no one there, as we were all in the front room. And while smoking a fag, she constantly felt that someone was standing right up to her face. John was also interested in the paranormal, and it wasn't long until me, my partner, John and a few of his friends were using a makeshift Ouija board. The letters and numbers were all on separate pieces of paper and the words yes and no were to each end of our Ouija board arrangement. We used an overturned glass to put our fingers on. We managed to contact this little boy and we asked him to spell out his name. The pointer went to no. Then it clicked. He was too young to spell his name, and he didn't know the year he died either, or the day, or the month. It was a shame. As it came about, this spirit boy saw me as a big brother, and saw my partner as a mother. Through asking him questions, we found out that the boy was left to die of starvation. His mother went out one day and didn't come back. It upset us all. I asked the boy if there was anyone he didn't like in the house. I asked this because of the feeling of dread I kept having. I wanted to try and understand what and where the feeling of dread was coming from. I knew this feeling was coming from a male, but that was it. I got my answer. The glass moved to yes. I asked more questions. Can you point the glass to where this person is? No. Is the person you don't like in this room? No. Then I asked if the person was upstairs. Yes. Is he upstairs now? Yes. Does he scare you? Yes. Then I asked, there's a male upstairs, isn't there? No answer. So I asked the same question in a different way. Is there a nasty man upstairs? Yes, I'd sensed correctly. There was a male presence. Does the nasty man live above the bedrooms? Yes, it clicked for both me and my partner. The face she saw through my bedroom ceiling was this man. It wasn't good. I started to push more questions to understand what was going on and to confirm what I felt was going on. Does this man come out at night? Yes. And you hide from him? Yes. Is he angry a lot? Yes. He doesn't like me, does he? No. Because of my nan? Yes. This male presence didn't like John or my partner either. Does he know we're talking about him? Nothing. I asked again. Nothing. All a little freaked out, we decided to call it time as our food was cooked. John closed our session, thanking the spirits for our protection and their communication. This male presence became stronger. During the day, the house was filled with more dread, no matter where I went. At night time, I kept the door to my room closed and I could feel this male presence angrily walking around the house, especially walking past my room. I could feel him stopping outside my room and staring at me, as if the door wasn't there, as if he knew exactly where my head was and where I was sitting. This happened every night. At times the feeling was so bad, I wouldn't come out of my room to eat or drink. Only for the toilet would I leave the room, and then I'd make sure all the lights were on in the house. From about 7 till I went to bed, some nights this male would spend the entire night just staring at me through the door. Those were the times I'd have an early night and want to go to sleep as fast as possible. When my partner stayed over, she'd go downstairs during the night to use the toilet and find the back room and kitchen lights on. Sometimes just the kitchen light or the back room light or the front room light would be on. The one time the kitchen light came on its own as she walked to the light switch. Another time she went downstairs to the toilet and she screamed. I ran down the stairs to find her sitting on the bottom step. She told me she opened the door to see the kitchen light flickering on and off with a huge black shape in the middle. I shot into the middle room and the light was on, but no black shape. I stayed with her while she went to the toilet and we stayed awake that night. We were tired and thirsty, but too scared to do anything. This stuff is happening every other day now. On my day off, I'd avoid trying to go downstairs, and I'd get something from the chip shop and eat it on the way home. That way, I could just go straight upstairs. I'd also like to point out that a good chunk of all that I experienced happened while John was away. He was away a lot. Sometimes with work, and other times for a break with a few friends. On top of everything that was going on, at the time, I lived in Wolverhampton, but worked in Perry Bar, which isn't far from Birmingham. The days were long. I was up at 5:30 every morning to get to work at 8:30, and I'd get home around 8 or 9. It was important that I had my sleep. What happened this one morning happened almost every morning after that, until I left the house. I woke up around 4:45 AM, to my door wide open and that feeling of dread again. I just got up, closed it, and then went back to my sleep, only to find that my door was wide open again when I woke up to my alarm. Still, I thought nothing of it. That was until I was being woken between 4:30 and 5 AM every morning I had work. One morning, I woke to someone breathing on my face. I shot up, but there was nothing but the feeling of dread. It was getting to me now. I wasn't sleeping right or living right. I decided to place a pair of my trainers against the door before I went to bed, and still my door would be wide open with a load of pressure and feeling of dread all over me, and I wouldn't be able to get back to sleep. I was getting more tired as the days went on. When I confronted John about all this, he told me that he was shocked. He told me he heard voices coming from the hallway while he's in bed, and there's been knocking on his bedroom door. He thought it was me messing about, but when he opened his door, my door was shut, and there was no way I'd make it back to my room that quick without making a noise. He told me there was more whispering and knocking on his door when I wasn't there. It got to a point where when I went to bed and when John wasn't there, I would leave all the lights on and TV on all night in the house. If I had to go to the toilet, I'd wait until I was almost bursting to go, and as soon as I got home from work, I'd go straight up the stairs and not move from my room. Night after, I kept waking up, and it was tiring me right out. That feeling of dread. It was like the presence was watching me sleep. It wasn't long after all this that I eventually moved house again to my aunt's. Everything there was calmer, although it was the amount of spirits in that house that freaked me out. The male presence in the house didn't like me at all. I felt that the spirit was unable to approach me mentally, as my nan was blocking him out, and instead he was trying to wear me down physically. For what purpose, I'll never know, and in a way, I'm glad I never will. I've never gone back to that house, and I doubt I ever will. I just feel bad for that little boy. I was 12 years old when my father got a big promotion to another country. This meant, of course, that my family and I would be moving away. One of the perks of the promotion was that the company would pay for most important expenses: school, medical, and house rent. Why am I telling you this? It's important to know for what follows, and I don't want for people to think that we were in any way wealthy, as we really were just using the company's money. Anyway, my parents looked mostly for an apartment near the school my siblings and I were going to be attending, and they found this very beautiful one that had almost a room for each kid, and one big one for themselves. Now in this country, mahogany is very, very common, and for those who might not be familiar with the wood, it's both very heavy and very firm. All the doors and cabinets were made out of this same wood. We soon moved into the flat, and all was well for a couple of months, save for a few times a week where the bathroom in front of the dining room would open on its own very slowly. I remember my parents and I jokingly asking the ghost to let us have dinner in peace. Back then, my youngest brother was still a baby, and he had a lot of battery toys that would sometimes turn on without anyone pushing buttons or the sort. Again, easily explained by everyone, since baby toys aren't exactly treated with a lot of care, so maybe they were broken. I thought so, at least. As the months went by, we started growing used to these things, and slowly we stopped caring about them, since they were our new normal now. One day, my father had to tell this man that the company wouldn't be supplying them with any more products. They argued. The man threatened my father that this wouldn't be the last time he heard of him. After this event, nothing out of the ordinary happened at home, just more of the same. One day, approximately a month later, I had my first glasses prescribed and on my face. That night, while my mother was making dinner, I was asked to watch over my baby brother while he was watching cartoons in my parents' bedroom. Suddenly, I see this very corporeal figure that very closely resembled my mother. Only it was wearing their hair up in a pale dress, walking down the hall towards my bedroom. Now, being a young teenager, I didn't like my parents in my room, and I was very sure I had just seen my mother going there, so I called out and got no answer. I picked up my brother and headed out of the bedroom and went looking for my mother towards my room. It was getting late, so the windowless corridor was pretty much impossible to walk through without turning a light on. But everything was dark, even the remaining bedrooms. I called out again, thinking that maybe she had just gone in with the lights out regardless, only to hear her voice coming from the kitchen. Connected to my bedroom, there was an emergency exit with a spiral staircase, and even though we were on a very high level, I'm talking above floor 15, my immediate thought was that someone had broken in and was hiding in my room or in my other brother's room. I was scared shitless. I went to the kitchen to inform my mother that someone had broken in. I had to literally force her to check both my bedroom and my brother's, because I was 100% sure that I had seen someone. We even checked in the little space near the emergency exit, the only door that had a key 24/7, and whose only copy was in the kitchen below all the cutlery. Nothing. My mother managed to convince me it was my imagination, an effect that happened because of me not being used to my glasses. That night, my parents were talking in the kitchen, and she told my father, very amused, what happened earlier. Laughing, she expected his answer, but he stayed silent. Turning around, she saw he was crying. Apparently, ever since we had moved, he had been dreaming of a woman that fit the same description I had given my mother. She was understandably worried. Not only was her daughter seeing things that weren't there, but her husband was going crazy too. I mean, put yourself in her shoes. They went to bed, avoiding the subject. The master bathroom's light during the night was always left on, while all the other lights in the house were off, in case anyone wanted to head out of their rooms in the middle of the night. That night, like every other, the bathroom light was on. My parents were going to sleep when my mother suddenly heard very clearly the switch being turned on. She managed to convince my father to check it out, even if he was sure it was the light burning out. But much to his surprise, the light switch had actually been pressed to turn it off. My mother flipped. She woke everyone up and made us all sleep together in the living room. She was livid. Since that night, she would feel someone touching her in her sleep, even when my father was out of town. The toys would all turn on together at the same time regardless if we had switched them off. The door of the bathroom near the dining room would violently swing open. Several times, my parents would wake up at night to find my baby brother sleeping on the floor when he could barely crawl. My other brother started sleepwalking around this time and randomly screaming to the top of his lungs while asleep. He would never remember that he dreamt. Whenever my parents were about to have sex, they would close the door, and the door would always open itself again. Now, the door would be closed during other times, and it would remain shut, hence why it's attention-worthy. If we went out for the weekend, any plant we had would be uprooted and appear on the other side of the house. After about a year of these things happening constantly on a daily basis, my grandmother came to visit us. She slept in my room while I slept in my brother's spare bed. Maybe it hasn't been obvious, but we didn't talk about these things. It was taboo, and no one wanted to acknowledge these things were happening. Us not talking about it meant we didn't tell anyone coming into our home either, and my grandma was no exception. The first week of her stay went by, and she approached my mother. As she was about to tell her what she had been feeling last week, my mother interrupted her and asked her if she had been getting touched at night. They both were feeling the same things. You may be wondering why I mentioned my father arguing with that man when he was let go. The argument went as follows, more or less. Man, you can't do this to me. You'll regret it. Father, well, I can't continue allowing you to do this poorly. No, you don't understand. I'm a very important figure in a satanic cult. I will make you pay for this. Well, good to know. I'm a father. Have a good day. After knowing this, I've reached the conclusion that this man had something to do with all of this. We moved out soon after my grandma left, thankfully, and I never saw it again. At least not as corporeal as that time. Just shadows in my peripheral vision. But thanks to this experience, I can tell if a place feels similar to the presence I felt in that apartment. We started discussing our experience in the apartment only after we had moved, hence why I have information about different things in which I wasn't present. A family friend who had been able to see things since he was a child, and confirmed as soon as we started talking about it that he had seen it. He had dreamt about the same woman my father and I had seen, before even sharing the description. He even disclosed that he had talked to her, and she promised she would first make my mother go crazy, and then go after me. It was February of 1984. My mum was about 5 months pregnant with myself and my twin. She was driving home down a winding road. She had made the drive 1,000 times before. Same road, same destination, never deviating. However, that day was different. As she drove, she noticed a little girl no more than 6 playing on the side of the road. As my mum slowed, and as she drove past the little girl, smiled and waved. My mother remembers her vividly. Cute, curly brown hair, dimpled cheeks, and a 1960s style daisy dress. My mum drove home, but she was haunted by a constant nagging voice in her head, telling her to go back. She had just pulled up outside our house when she turned the car around and drove back. It was a 15-minute return trip to the site. By the time my mum got back there, the sun had started to set. My mum slowed and approached the grassy area the girl was playing in and noticed she was still there. Worried, my mum asked if the little girl was okay. The girl replied, "I'm not sure how to get home." My mother inquired further, asking if she knew her address, to which the little girl replied no. But it's a big house with gates, and it's just past her school. Driving down the same road for years, my mum couldn't remember ever seeing a school, so she asked the little girl if she'd like some help to go find it, and then they could use it to find her home. The girl said yes, and my mum helped her into the car. She started driving, and as she drove, she asked the little girl her name. She replied Abigail. They spoke about what the school looked like, about Abigail's friends, what she liked to do. By then, 10 minutes had gone by and no school had appeared. Suddenly, Abigail screamed, "Down there! My school's down there!" My mum took a left turn down a winding country lane. Eventually, they arrived at an old school building. Knowing where the school was, Abigail managed to guide my mum to her home. It was down a really long gravel track. The house was an enormous Edwardian-style house. It dwarfed her in a green Honda Accord. But before she could get in, she was stopped by a security guard at the gates. She explained that she had found Abigail playing by the side of the road, and she was worried, so brought her home. The security guard looked at my mum, perplexed, then went into his little hut and made a call. The gates opened, and my mum was ushered through. She pulled up just outside the front door and was met by an elderly lady. My mum turned to Abigail and said, "Wait in the car, she'll be right back." Approaching the old lady, my mum explained what had happened and asked if she was the girl's grandmother. To which the older lady said, "No, I'm her mother, but you can't have Abigail with you. She was hit by a car almost 20 years ago while on a family walk." My mum was taken aback, adamant she took the lady to the back of the car and to let Abigail out. But when my mum got to the car, Abigail wasn't there. The back seat was empty. My mum went into a panic and started hyperventilating. She was taken into the house where she was told what happened to Abigail and that she wasn't the first to bring her home. My mum pulled herself together and left. She headed home, passing the same grassy patch Abigail was found, but she wasn't there. My mum never saw Abigail again, but inquired from time to time with Abigail's mum. They eventually erected a memorial on the site of the crash that killed Abigail. My mum learned that since, no one had seen her or brought her home. It appears that the memorial settled her restless spirit. My dad died about 6 weeks ago, and I hadn't seen him since Christmas. Since he died, I fairly constantly felt more of a presence in my flat than usual. The living room in particular just feel like he's around somehow. I know these are fairly common experiences after bereavement and while grieving regardless, so I'm specifically asking about something else I've been experiencing. About a week after Dad died, I heard a noise from the living room while I was about to go to sleep. For context, because of the weird layout of our flat, the living room and bedroom have an adjoining door that's usually open at night. It was very clear and fairly loud and came from that direction. It was a single clinking metallic noise, like the sound you get when you tap a teaspoon against a mug, or when someone taps a knife on a glass to give a speech at a wedding. That's the best way I can describe it. Rationally, I thought it was one of those weird noises your brain produces when you're falling asleep that jerks you awake. But it felt so clear and external that I instinctively asked my husband, "What was that?" And he said, "The sound like someone stirring their tea? Yeah, I heard that too." It's only happened once or twice since then, always at night. Always quite loud, and always from the same place. I'm usually awake longer than my husband, so after the first time, I've had nobody else to verify. But I've not been actively falling asleep, so I doubt it's hypnagogic. It's more startling than actually scary. We have pet rats in the living room who do make a fair bit of noise at night, but that's more consistent rattling and moving around rather than one distinct isolated sound. We also haven't got much anything in their cage, and that could make that very clear chiming noise. I never heard it before Dad's death either, and something about it doesn't feel explainable. It's funny me connecting it to Dad, because he was very dismissive of the supernatural. But even before these sounds started, I felt the need to talk in my head to this presence, asking him not to manifest in any overt way, because I don't think I could handle it right now. It almost feels like he's trying to say I'm here, without freaking me out too much. Not that I haven't been able to before, but it was only to those who would want to hear. Not all of the people who have experienced these things with me even want to recollect what had happened, and I don't blame them. It's not to be dramatic or anything really. Some things weren't that intimidating, they were just weird. Before I get off track, I'd more or less like to introduce myself and the people who have been through these occurrences with me. I've had these things happen throughout my childhood at my house that I grew up in, until I moved out at 15. These things would happen to me, my brother, his girlfriend at the time, my cousin, and 2 of my best friends. Now, to be completely honest,
I really cannot recall when all these things started happening, or how old I was, but it was somewhere between the ages of 10 to 15, where things happened frequently enough that I can remember. Though I'd have to say the first occurrence I was told happened when I was merely 6, and even when my brother's girlfriend told me this, I was shocked, because I swore it was just some weird dream I had. Anyways, I guess I can start there. I must have been 12, when let's call her Elisa and I were talking about when she first started dating my brother. We had a Thanksgiving dinner at my place, and I couldn't fathom why, since my family is absolutely huge, and my house is just really small. Adults gathered on the main floor while the children were put downstairs. Really the only way, oh god, anywhere between 14 to 20 of us were there. Like I mentioned, I was 6, so I can't really remember the exact amount, but there were enough people that we were quite literally all couldn't fit on the main floor. One of my cousins and I were playing on the stairs. We both got to pick a Hot Wheels car from one of my uncle's collection, and we were testing them out on the ramp alongside the staircase. Now I can't recall exactly why I went upstairs. I know I wanted to ask someone something, probably when dinner was going to be served. I made my way to the living room, where the adults were. Elisa and one of my aunts were sitting on a couch together talking, and beside them in the corner of the room, something caught my eye, just hovering there. This tall, black, ominous being. I'm not sure, but it engulfed the corner and looked as if it were watching everyone. And as I was watching it, all of a sudden I heard, "Hey sweetie, what are you looking at?" Elisa asked me as she turned her head to the corner and immediately got my aunt's attention. Just as she did, my aunt said, "Did you see that? What was that? How long was it there for?" Back and forth, they went asking each other. They were freaked out, but not really loud about it. I think they just wanted to believe they didn't see it. Still weird though. No one else in the room acknowledges this happening other than them. I was in the doorway, basically right beside the corner, where this dark entity was kinda just observing my family. I don't remember being scared or really feeling anything. I looked back at Elisa and my aunt, then back to the corner, and it was gone. So me and my boyfriend at the time were 13. We lived in a not-so-great area. I live across from a park that has a woods where rape and rumours of murder have happened. So we decided to go into there to mess around. I took my camera. I can't find the footage, as it was stored on my last phone. But we had entered, and we sat at a bench and placed my phone on a flipped bench so it could record us. We started to hear stuff around us, but we called it off as it's a public park, until the phone had flown off the bench a metre or two, like it had been thrown, even though we were watching it. So of course we were freaked out. So as the kids, we'd walked around to try to calm our nerves, and we had heard things, and seen stuff out of our eyes, the usual story. So after about half an hour, we head home, and I reviewed the footage, and I found a shadow figure standing, just watching us, fully black, no definition, just the outline of a body. A kid's face in a bush. Voices and footsteps that wasn't ours. The main voice that we caught sounded like a child laughing. In the same place as the shadow figure, there were 3. A smaller one, the same one as before, and one around the same height as the original. This was about 6 minutes after the first shadow. I'm currently trying to recover the footage, but the phone is battered, and I don't know my Apple ID, as I made it at 8. I believe it's not backed up. Anyway, I'll leave updates if I find the footage. Back in 2013, I was 13 years old, living with my mom, who at the time was a single parent with my sister and 2 little brothers. The oldest was around 5.5, while the other was more than 4.5. We lived in a townhouse in Prince George. Nothing was out of the ordinary moving in, until my 2 younger brothers started playing tag with each other. The thing is, they would occasionally both run away from someone or something. It confused me, my mom and sister, thinking nothing of it, as an overactive imagination. The both of them coming up with an additional playmate to add to their game. The most uneasy part of the game was when we would stop, the two of them, and ask both of them, "What are you running from?" They'd say, "Our friend." Then my brothers would look around for their friend as if he'd up and vanished after any of us took notice. Things took a darker turn as my mom would work later night shifts just to support all of us. She would ask me or my sister if either of us could babysit after school. We would. I remember one night I was in my room playing on my PS3 and getting a text from my sister saying to come down into the living room. Me being the eldest sibling, I get this wretched gut feeling of something wrong. I went downstairs and saw both of my little brothers and sisters on the couch. My two brothers in tears, and my sister was confused and scared. She then told me that they saw something in their room. It was their friend, but he was just staring at both of them, while hanging from one corner of the ceiling. I checked everywhere upstairs and nothing. After that incident, they never played tag again and occasionally say that their friend comes back and hangs from the corner of the ceiling, watching and never blinking. This story happened to my dad and I when I was younger. I think I was in elementary school, maybe middle school. We were living at my stepmom's house, and when the time came, they had bought a house, so we spent the whole week packing and moving. Once it was done to the final days, we were there, my dad and I were fixing and cleaning up anything that had broken. On the last day before we left, we went back to get the last of the stuff left behind. Once done, we went to the car and my dad said that he had to go pee. So since it wouldn't take long, I sat in the car. From the car, I was able to see straight into the house. We had a big window next to the door that pretty much let you see the whole living room. Well, I was looking in that direction and I saw the shadow of a woman clear as day directly past the window. I could make out her chest area and her long hair. Needless to say, I was so scared, I didn't know what to do. So I ran into the house because I knew my dad was in there. As I walked in, he was already passing the window at me. He asked me what I was doing and I said, I have to pee too. We looked at each other. He knew I was lying and then said, "Did you see the woman too?" We were both scared, so we left the house quickly. That was the only ghost experience I had in that house, but I was happy to know it was my last experience in that house. It was the summer of 2004, and we were taking a trip down to Tijuana, Mexico. At this time, my two younger brothers, twins, were a few months old, and my stepmom wanted her family to meet them. It was a very long trip. We got there and holy hell, it was hot. The first night it was normal. My dad and I slept in the living room as it was the coolest room, and honestly, there weren't very many rooms in the house. Now it was hot. So in place of a blanket, I used a bedsheet. In the house, there were only a few females. My now cousin and the older woman, very important to point that out, were the only females. The second night we were there, I just couldn't sleep. It wasn't too hot, but something was keeping me up. Like I was being watched, and felt very, very insecure about it. I just laid there staring outside the sliding glass door that was open in order to let the house cool down. Again, I tried to sleep, so I closed my eyes. Nothing. Kept them shut. Nothing. And then I opened my eyes. There outside the door was a little girl, maybe 5 or 6 years old. Younger than me, for sure. She just stood there. I could see everything about her in detail. Long hair with very innocent, childlike features. Big brown eyes just locked on mine. I froze and couldn't move a muscle. We just stayed there looking at each other for what felt like hours. Once I got the nerve to think of anything else other than this little girl, I covered my face with the bedsheets and shut my eyes tight. I tried so hard to tell myself it wasn't real and that I couldn't sleep. I was screaming loudly in my head, "Go to sleep, she isn't real." And that's when I felt it. I stopped thinking of anything else except for what I was hearing. This little girl. I could hear her breathing in my ear. Every inhale and exhale was so loud, so clear, like she was pressing her nose on my ear. Then, with the softest voice, she said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of you when you go to bed." Just like that, I fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, I didn't say much of what happened that night. Yet, I woke up not so scared because of what that little girl said. Now, I don't think any of us would really feel safe if a 5-6-year-old boy or girl told us that they would take care of us, but I felt safe. I stayed pretty quiet that whole day. I played with some of the local kids. We talked about how different our lives were from Mexico to America. Found out what was similar. For the most part, the day was normal. It wasn't until I got late and I said goodbye to my new friends. I went back to my stepmom's old house and spoke to her uncle, Gabriel. He was a bit younger than my stepmom. He had a very deep voice, like a really manly man kind of voice that was actually very intimidating. He was mostly asking questions about me, and I asked him if he had any kids. That's when his voice softened, and he became a very sad man. Again, I asked him if he had any kids. He said he used to have a little girl. Because I was young, I stupidly asked, "Well, where is she?" He looked at me with tears slowly building in his eyes. His throat dried, and I could see how it became hard for him to swallow. Very quietly, he said, "Her name was Andrea, and she died last year." I didn't know what to do or say. I could tell this man was still very broken up about it. That's when I remembered what the little girl said to me last night, so I told him, "Your daughter. She was maybe 6 or 7 with a very innocent face and brown eyes." His face lit up, but confused of how I knew something he never told me. All I could say was repeat what she had said to me that night. He cried more and more and said that she would say that to him when he would have trouble sleeping at night. He hugged me, thanked me, and I left the next morning. I hope I was able to help fix some of his broken pieces. I lived in the house where all the shit takes place from ages 9 to 23. My parents got divorced when I was 14. I lived with my parents, younger brother and grandma. My younger brother was the first to notice something strange in the house. One night in 2005, he woke us up at about 11 PM crying, saying there was someone outside the window. Living in South Africa, such things are possible, so my dad went to inspect and found nothing. A few weeks later, my aunt came to visit from out of town and was sleeping in my grandmama's room. They relayed to us the next morning that she was awoken by the door opening and a figure staring at her from around the corner. Fast forward a few years to 2007-8. I would normally stay alone at home when my dad would go out fishing with my bro for the weekend. This is when I started noticing odd things happening. Keys would go missing, lights would be on after I knew I had switched them off. Small things, but significant enough for me to take note. 2010 is when shit got real. I was in my last year of high school and working part-time for my dad, who has an office in the same property as the house. I was working on a file and left it on the desk for lunch. When I returned, the file was gone. No one else could have taken it, as the only other staff member was the receptionist. About a week later, we found the file one morning laying on the floor. That weekend, a friend of mine stayed over in my brother's room when we came home from a party. It must have been 1 or 2 AM when we got into bed. I was already falling asleep when I heard him scream for me. I go to my friend, who's literally sweating, asked him what the fuck happened, and said someone was choking him as soon as he closed his eyes to sleep. From that day, I've been seeing the man, as we named him, around the property. I've seen him while working on my car in the garage. I've seen him while doing dishes. My father has even seen him sitting in the garden. I never see his face, but he's always wearing a blue overall, like the ones construction workers wear. It wasn't serious until I got married and had a kid. This takes us to October 2019. My son is 1.5 years old. He refuses to be in this house. He cries constantly when we visit my dad, and as soon as we leave, he's perfectly well behaved. 2 weekends ago, my dad had gone out fishing, my brother was MIA, and I had to come feed the cats, switch on the lights, etc. I came in at about 7 PM that Saturday night, and then as soon as I walked into the house, felt a chill. Thinking nothing about it, carried on with what I had to do. While in the kitchen, I heard heavy footsteps in the lounge and breaking of glass. I went to investigate and found a vase that is normally on the cabinet about 5 meters away, on the floor in pieces. I locked up and got the fuck out of there. I told my wife the story when I got home, and she suggested I burn frankincense around the house and read some prayers. Sunday morning, I set out on my mission and started burning frankincense and praying around the house. When I got to the office, I had just started praying when the glass sliding door shattered. Since then, my son hasn't been fussing when he comes here, and the atmosphere seems to be lighter around the house. As a child, I had a considerable amount of phobias. I feared snakes, heights, spiders, centipedes, roller coasters, the mask section at Walmart during Halloween, and the dark. Other than snakes, the dark was the fear that persisted the longest. I remember the first time I truly felt a fear of monsters in the dark. It was 2004, and I was 6 years old. My family was walking out of a movie, and I saw one of the large posters that hung on the wall. It was for Seed of Chucky, which, if you weren't aware, is from the Child's Play series. This poster in particular showcased a mangled Chucky with large slices that had been stitched up, standing with his doll wife over a bassinet. A baby's arm could be seen reaching upwards towards the two, holding a very gothic-looking baby rattle. At the time, the only thing that really drew my attention was the face of Chucky. I imagined him coming into my room to kill me or kidnap me. I was worried I would see his sinister smiling face when I looked through my bedroom window at night. From that point on, and for a period of about 2 years, I refused to sleep in my room. I insisted on sleeping in my parents' bed, sheltered between them for my own safety. As I'm sure any parents would, mine got tired of this routine. Sleeping in their bed was no longer an option, but neither was sleeping in mine. Enter the bravery bed. This ironically named twin mattress was placed on the floor next to their bed. I was to come from my room to this thin mattress from now on if I felt scared, so as not to disturb my parents. Sleeping on the floor did not feel as secure as sleeping on an elevated king mattress, snuggled between the two people who you think will protect you from most of your childhood monsters. I didn't know that neither of my mother nor my father would be awake to see my monster. I was almost 7 years old, and on this particular night, I absolutely refused to sleep on my bed, or the bravery bed. Being as terrified of the dark as I was, my parents knew to leave their bedroom door open, with the hallway light on, so I could see my surroundings and know nothing was lurking. I woke up, and nothing felt odd at first. I had simply woken up from a dream, and there was nothing wrong. But slowly, I felt a sense of unease rise within me. It's like the feeling you get when you know you're going to shiver. Like eyes were on the back of my neck, and they weren't my mom's or dad's. I felt myself sit up in bed, almost involuntarily, and my gaze was glued in the direction of the open door and out into the hallway. This build-up of anxious energy kept increasing, and it was pure entropy, like anything could happen in the next moment. The next thing I felt was a wave of dread wash over me. It was the first time I had experienced an emotion like that, so it was all the more unnerving. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't speak, and I couldn't remove my eyes from the lit hallway, no matter how hard I tried. The dread kept intensifying, and I would have cried from fear had it been possible in that moment. It was then that I finally saw the source of my terror. It hobbled out of my room and into the hallway. It was hunched over at a severe angle, and I could see the shape of its spine clearly. It was crouched with its thin legs, and I saw that its feet were much too long to be a human's. Its arms were bent, forearms jutting forward, and the hands were long and bony. I imagined that this creature must have clawed, shrugged, and crawled itself out from the deepest and darkest pit of hell to come into my house. While I couldn't breathe, if there was any air left in my lungs, it was sucked out in that moment. I was paralysed, whether of my own physical malfunction or by the will of this dark goblin, I know not. The most unsettling feature of the monster was that no light made contact with its skin. I was staring at pure shadow, black as the void. It continued to hobble down the hallway and disappeared into a wall. Once it was out of sight, my soul frame collapsed backwards into the mattress, and I was asleep again. Having been a child with a vast imagination, I didn't doubt that this was a nightmare. The next morning I was a little spooked, but I continued into my day otherwise unaffected. I thought of the silhouette, didn't cross my mind. That is, until the nightmare resumed into my waking hours. I was walking down the same hallway, out into the dining room, and towards the garage door, where I expected my mother to arrive at any moment. I had just made it past the dining table, and was about a dozen feet from the garage door when my body froze, and I felt the dread wash over me a second time. I couldn't move, speak, or scream for help. My eyes were fixed straight ahead of me, and I could only sit and wait for whatever was coming. To my horror, the same evil shadow I had seen the night prior entered my vision once more, making its way from left to right as it had done before, this time appearing from the pantry. In what I thought was my nightmare, it never came closer than a couple dozen feet. In this episode, it was not 6 feet away from me. It shuffled slowly, and I could see the spine, hands, and feet in more detail than before. They were grotesque in every sense of the word, and if my body had let me, I would have vomited at the sight. I couldn't follow the creature with my eyes, as it made its way from one side of the peripheral vision to the other. It was nowhere to be seen after it had exited my vision, and I could move again, but it was hard to. I was in utter disbelief, and I couldn't even bring myself to cry yet. My lip quivered softly, and my breath was shallow and irregular. I didn't want to look in any other direction, because I was afraid it would appear in some other part of the room. My brother broke the silence when she opened the garage door, groceries in hand. She saw me and immediately asked, "Are you all right?" I couldn't help myself. I broke down, screaming and sobbing. To my mother, it probably looked like I'd gone insane with hysteria. I refused to describe what happened until well after the incident. From then on, I couldn't be left alone in any setting. Hallways and long stairways were added to my already long list of phobias. It was almost 2 years later when my parents took me to a child psychiatrist with whom I could work with and process my fears. The ultimate aim was to put the monster, which was now a constant thought, to bed. After several sessions, I was able to give it a name and draw it into a picture of something I didn't fear. Clowns. I named it Horridge, which was my way of sneaking horror into a name, because he honestly still horrified me. That picture hung on the fridge for years, and Horridge would greet me every day, desensitizing me to its influence. My fear soon became curiosity, which developed into a fascination with the unknown. When I was about 13 years old, I had long stopped being afraid of the dark and didn't bother taking anything to drink with me up to my room for the night. And so it happened that one night, I got thirsty and decided to go downstairs for some water. As I could see clearly enough in the dark of the kitchen, I didn't bother to put on the light and got myself a drink. My entire family was in a deep sleep, and the entire house was quiet and covered in dark, as no windows were open and all the curtains stayed closed. On my way back to my room, I passed the hallway as usual. This one night, something weird happened. As I put one foot on the stairs, a sudden cold wind blew through the hallway, sending shivers down my neck and back as I heard a voice saying my name, followed by, "I am a ghost." The voice sounded raspy and like nothing I ever heard before. The moment I started hearing the voice, I quickly ran upstairs into my room and hid under my covers. All I heard from there was a soft laugh and that same voice coming from downstairs. I didn't sleep that night. just stayed awake listening if I heard anything until my parents woke up. I told them as soon as I heard them, but they wouldn't believe me. The entire thing sounds like something you'd see in a kid's movie, and that just makes it unbelievable for anyone that wasn't there. I never forgot to take water with me to bed from that day onwards.